Honorable members, at the break, we were debating a bill for an act to amend the Evidence Act. I presume we are now ready. As many? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Pine Ridge.
Speaker and colleagues of this honorable House, good afternoon. It is with deep reflection and appreciation that I rise once again in this honorable place to give God thanks on behalf of the resilient people of Pine Ridge to make my contribution in support of the Evidence Amendment Number 2 Bill 2022 and to proclaim that this Davis Cooper administration is indeed a compassionate government for the people. I believe that the hallmark of this proclamation, a government for the people, should now be very clear for everyone to see. The guiding philosophy is deeply embedded in our government's commitment to nation building, to championing the cause of our people, to leading with compassion, and the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador epitomizes compassionate leadership. Before this place, he never said no at any time to me when he was approached to assist someone in need or a young person seeking an opportunity in developing their leadership skills, or a rake and scrape group representing the country around the world. Madam Speaker, upon coming to office in September 2021, this New Day administration went straight to work to rescue the economy, lead with compassion, recover with resiliency, and to pay particular attention to our devastated islands, Grand Bahama and Abaco. And as stated before, in order to do this, it meant that we were deliberate, intentional, and committed to executing with agreed targets and objectives. Madam Speaker, this act is near and dear to my heart, as it speaks to the heart-wrenching circumstances many Pine Ridge residents and residents throughout Grand Bahama have endured for over 2.5 years as a result of Hurricane Dorian. Madam Speaker, in our Blueprint for Change, we pledge to provide committed leadership to address the needs of disaster victims to return their lives to normalcy following disruption. The Prime Minister, while delivering opening remarks at the 2021 Abaco Business Outlook in October 2021, revealed that this administration was currently reviewing the stipulation in life insurance term policies, which was prohibiting payouts to the families of persons who have been reported missing since the passage of Hurricane Dorian, even though their absence is clearly associated with the catastrophic Category 5 hurricane. It was further noted that this government was seeking interventions, legislative or otherwise, to alleviate the financial and psychological burden suffered by the families of victims who are forced to wait 7 years for a formal presumption of death after a disaster. The Prime Minister pledged to work to fix this issue by enacting policy that would allow these individuals to be officially declared deceased, as it would bring relief to numerous persons on the islands of Grand Bahama and Abaco. Madam Speaker, the official death toll still stands at 74 when we know better. This bill for an act to amend the Evidence Act will cause a significant increase in the Dorian death toll, and still many may have not been reported in Abaco. My government comes today with resolutions. Specifically, it seeks to provide for the presumption of death where a person disappears in circumstances of peril, which includes a natural disaster, such as a hurricane, and has not been heard from for a period of 2 years or more. This is long overdue. Our people need closure. Our people should not have to endure this traumatic experience any longer when we can make the necessary changes. My government has heard the cries of our people and is taking decisive action. This is what you call a government for the people. Madam Speaker, I come here today as a child of the soil with deep roots in both Grand Bahama, 8 Mile Rock to be exact, and Abaco, Morris Island to be exact, where the people have been through the most devastating experience of our lifetime, followed by a pandemic that we've all experienced. Many of us have been able to move on from this horrific period after the 31st of August 2019, but there are still so many who haven't. It is time for closure, and we rise to do just that. Madam Speaker, honorable members, I am so delighted to have in the gallery with us today Baronet Barry Thomas, Indra, Jarion, and Shandanika Ford, and Gia Watson Ferguson, survivors and families of victims of Dorian. They represent courage, tenacity, strength, and unwavering steadfastness in spite of the many obstacles that hindered them from moving on. Madam Speaker, imagine being overcome by a feeling of helplessness and fear as you watch your loved ones being swept away by rising floodwaters. Imagine the emotional devastation that is inflicted on someone who has witnessed their husband, wife, or child being snatched from their grasp by enormous waves as they cried out to God for help, begging him to spare their lives from the encroaching sea that destroyed the peaceful dwelling they once called home. Imagine speaking to your daughter hours before a deadly storm that is barreling towards your island while you worry about her safety and listen to her assurance that she'll be fine, only to frantically report her missing in the aftermath. Holding on to hope for her recovery, living each day battling despair as you look into the eyes of her baby and try to cope with the reality that you'll never, ever hear your baby girl's voice again. Madam Speaker, as I stand in this honorable house, my thoughts and prayers are with the countless residents of Grand Bahama and Abaco and the Bahamas at large, whose lives have been forever changed by the catastrophic destruction and trauma caused by Hurricane Dorian. I want them to know that we will never forget the tragic circumstances that abruptly ended the lives of their loved ones, and that this government has heard their heartbreaking pleas for assistance. For this reason, we are here today to bring a dignified resolution and closure to the families of those individuals whose lives ended tragically in Hurricane Dorian. And God forbid, to put measures in place for any future occurrences of persons who disappear in circumstances of peril. Today, we hope to bring some resolve to one part of the emotional roller coaster they have been experiencing since those dreadful and heart-wrenching days in August and September 2019. Madam Speaker, have you heard about Barry Bethel Thomas, the young, courageous wife and mother who lived in McLeanstown, who fought for her life in the midst of raging floodwaters and gusty winds during the passing of the Category 5 monster storm? Trapped between two poles, battered and bruised, clinging for her life, Barry was in a daze after she witnessed her husband and 3 beautiful children being taken away by treacherous waves. She was found wandering in bushes in East Grand Bahama 3 days after the monster storm had passed. Her road to recovery was long. She was comatose, mentally broken, unable to fathom the fact that she had lost everything she loved and was now alone. In the midst of her agonizing pain, Barry shared her heart-wrenching story of survival with the world and has been lobbying and advocating for a resolution to bring some closure to the unforgettable ordeal of hers and others. Barry, thank you for your courage, for your strength. You are not alone. I say to Barry Bethel Thomas, help is here. I recall during mid-2021, the Honorable Member for Cat Island, Rum Key, and San Salvador and I visited Barry at her business establishment right next to the Pine Ridge constituency office, downtown Freeport. Barry, with tears in her eyes and a passion so deep within, told us about her agonizing days that morph into another. Not only does she have to deal with the memories that linger of her beautiful husband and 3 children, but she has to also deal with the fact that she has no closure, no remains so that she can say her final farewell, no death certificate, no peace. Barry personifies strength. The strength of the survivors of Dorian and the indomitable resilience and strength of the people of Grand Bahama. She needs closure for her husband, Philip Thomas Jr., and her children, Mateo Bethel, Philip Title Thomas, and Remiel Wade Thomas. Yes, I want to respectfully call their names in this honorable place today. Let's remember them. This bill is all about the people. This is about lives. This is about loved ones. This is about doing the right thing. This is about making it make sense. Barry, the member of Cat Island, Rum Key, and San Salvador, made a commitment to you last year while we were in opposition. And we are so grateful to deliver this peace legislation for you and others today. Madam Speaker, also here in the gallery is my little buddy, Jarion Ford. with his grandmother, Indra Ford, his grand-aunt, Gia Watson Ferguson, and his aunt, Shadanika Ford. Jarion, who we call Jai, was only 21 months when his mother, Javonna J. Ford, was taken away by the surging floodwaters from the strongest hurricane to ever hit the Bahamas. Indra's last conversation with her daughter was on the morning of September 2nd, 2019, just before the weather began deteriorating on Grand Bahama. In the aftermath of the devastating storm, Indra reported Javonna J. missing. She never heard from or saw her daughter again. When the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador visited Jai in August 2021, his grandmother was still agonizing over having a memorial for her daughter without her remains and dealing with the fact that she could not legally be deemed the guardian of Jai or receive any benefits because, quite frankly, her daughter was simply missing, and it would take 5 more years to be considered deceased and receive a death certificate. Indra, Jai, Shadanika, and Gia, help is here. So, you can see it. I know that many of you might recall a cute little girl and boy who presented the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge with a bouquet and a handcrafted conch shell when they visited Grand Bahama in March of this year. Well, that little fella was none other than Jarion, and he continues to make us proud. Right, Jai? When I began walking door to door last year, one of my first encounters as a candidate was meeting Indra and Jai. That moment for me was life-changing. I was deeply moved, looked introspectively, and asked myself, how could you not do everything in your power to be a part of changing laws, enacting legislation, revolutionizing the way we do things? It has to be about the people. And so, to my Pine Ridge constituent, Indra Ford, today you are one step closer to finding that elusive peace. Jai is now 4 years old. And so with your daughter, Javonna J. Ford, on your mind, you will soon finally be legally listed as the guardian and caretaker of Jai, and be able to access insurance benefits and receive government relief that has eluded you since the passage of Dorian. And I say to the many families on Grand Bahama and Abaco who share similar stories, you all deserve closure. You can now breathe a sigh of relief because help is here. Today, Madam Speaker, and all other days, I am so very proud to be a part of this Davis Cooper administration. I am proud to represent the great people of Pine Ridge. I am proud to be the Minister for Grand Bahama, and I am most definitely proud to be Bahamian. Madam Speaker, through you, I would like to share some important independence updates for the Grand Bahama community at large. The 49th Independence celebrations kicked off in Junkanoo style at the 8 Mile Rock Fish Fry Junkanoo Unity Rush Out last Thursday, and our ecumenical service was held at the Church of God of Prophecy this past Sunday. Madam Speaker, Grand Bahama is gearing up for the Cultural Independence Extravaganza, which will take place on Saturday, July 9th on Independence Park. In addition, upcoming events include the return of the Ministry of Tourism's Bahamas Gombe Summer Festival on Tino Beach on July 7th, the ceremonial flag-raising ceremonies on July 8th in the East District, City of Freeport, and West District, and the return of Pelican Point Coconut Festival in East Grand Bahama on July 11th. Madam Speaker, with your leave, I'd also like to give a brief update to Pine Ridge residents on what's going on. Since my last contribution to the House, Team Pine Ridge and the Pine Ridge Constituency Office continued its hard work in the community by utilizing every resource at our fingertips to get things done. Team Pine Ridge is always on the move. Last month, we showed our love and appreciation to our Pine Ridge fathers by celebrating them at our Grill and Chill event. It was a wonderful day filled with good food, fun, camaraderie, and community, which was highlighted by a special visit from fellow Grand Bahamian and 8 Mile Rockian NBA star Buddy Hield. Ginger Youths and the Pine Ridge Constituency Office executed a cleanup campaign at Burroughs Home for the Aged, distributed breakfast, socialized with the residents, braided their hair, and showered our precious pearls with love and appreciation. In honor of our 49th Independence National Day of Community Service, Team Pine Ridge and Ginger Youths distributed meals throughout the Pine Ridge constituency. We walked door to door, hand-delivering hot breakfast, and we put smiles on the faces of the residents. I was extremely proud to recently celebrate the book launch of youth parliamentarian for Pine Ridge, teen author John S. Poitier, who recently released his new book, Mangoes in the Summertime. It's an excellent read. Honorable members, you should pick up a copy. I am always overjoyed when I see Pine Ridge youths doing great things. Madam Speaker, the team at the Ministry for Grand Bahama continues to work diligently executing the mandates given to my ministry by the Honorable Prime Minister. Our summer employment program successfully launched on July 4th, and at the end of the program, 700 eager high school and college students would have been employed for 4 weeks in organizations throughout the island of Grand Bahama. The second phase of the program will begin in August, and we will continue our laser-focused approach to providing employment opportunities whilst empowering our young people. Madam Speaker, the challenge of many young persons, like many others in this country, is the ease of opening a bank account. We were pleased to have the Bank of the Bahamas at our recent student orientation, who have partnered with us to make the process seamless. Madam Speaker, have you heard about beautiful Grand Bahama? I believe that many people are finally realizing what beautiful Grand Bahama, beautiful Grand Bahama is not simply a cleanup exercise. While certain projects involve cleanup, it is so much more dynamic, so much more solution-driven, so much more impactful, that many are beginning to understand what I've been saying all along. It's much more about empowering our people. The program has given 350 persons with varying skills and background the opportunity to provide economically for themselves and their families. This has had a tremendous positive impact on their sense of worth and esteem. The program has had a multiplier effect on the local economy in terms of the circulation of monies around the various businesses, with participants in the program now in a position to patronize local businesses. The program has continued to transform lives. We have received testimonials from community leaders on how the crime element has been curbed with persons working and contributing to society with renewed sense of community, purpose, hope, and pride. The program has proven to be a source of intervention, which has facilitated the social reintegration of a number of offenders back into the workforce by providing those who some considered unemployable the opportunity to find meaningful engagement with a second chance. The program has tackled numerous project initiatives, including cleanup of main motorway corridors, cleanup and beautification of cemeteries, parks, schools, government assets, community entrances, removal of vehicles and debris from public waterways to avoid accidents, initial refurbishment of halfway homes, community centers, farmers market, and other community tourism-related projects. The beautiful Grand Bahama successfully completed its first phase on June 30th, and the 12-week program which employed 350 residents, got a lot of work done. Madam Speaker, we revitalized communities from east to west, beautifying, rebuilding, restoring, and impacting lives one project, one person at a time, and we are extremely proud about it. This holistic approach to transforming lives while simultaneously transforming our communities has positively impacted our island and made it all the more beautiful. During a recent What's Next meeting, we were able to assist persons with initiating resolutions to issues that have impeded their progress, like understanding the process of the expungement of records for minor offenses from their criminal records, immigration issues, assistance with resume preparation and job search support. I wish to thank the member for Carmichael and the Departments of Immigration and Labor, as well as the member of Freetown and Rehabilitation of Offenders Committee for their partnership in this initiative. The results we achieved through this program are inspirational. In fact, it's revolutionary, and I was elated when Cabinet agreed to extend beautiful Grand Bahama for an additional 12 weeks. Like I've said before, this Davis Cooper administration is indeed a compassionate government for the people. I wish to take this opportunity to salute our Prime Minister, our Deputy Prime Minister, other Cabinet colleagues, the members of the House who fully support the work that I do on behalf of the people of Grand Bahama. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Our work is being felt throughout the entire island of Grand Bahama, and as I often say, it is Grand Bahama's time. Madam Speaker, when we started to develop our party's platform, there was no Dorian and there was no COVID, but we quickly pivoted to build our blueprint for change around the ideals of compassionate leadership. We committed to core principles guided by good governance and the rollout of a robust, compassionate social agenda. Madam Speaker, I will let you know that as the minister, also referred to at times as the minister of the blueprint, I beam with pride, with excitement, with a renewed, unadulterated focus on execution when you know that you are a part of a team that has simply been phenomenal in executing our 10-point agenda for the nation. To drive the point home, Madam Speaker, I'll reference a quote from page 52 of our blueprint. All plans are laid with good intentions. The difference between a good plan and a great plan is execution. And Madam Speaker, far too often we get bogged down in the politics of politics. With this new day administration, one cannot say that we are not delivering. This government is all about action. We are all about execution. We did tell the Bahamian people that we would recover, rebuild, and revolutionize our country. And I am so proud to say that we are delivering on this, one policy at a time, one program at a time, one bill at a time, to impact the lives of Bahamians and our country one day at a time. Madam Speaker, today is another historical milestone in the country and for the people of Grand Bahama and Abaco in particular, who have suffered so much since Hurricane Dorian in 2019. Yes, we will never forget. We went through 3 agonizing days of a Category 5 storm with gusts up to 220 miles per hour. Homes were destroyed, lives were shattered, but most of all, we lost some of our people. That word lost and another word called missing have caused tremendous pain and suffering and relentless reminders of what the law, a bill, an act can mean for countless numbers of survivors in the wake of the catastrophic Hurricane Dorian. Madam Speaker, September of this year, just 2 more minutes. Thank you. Madam Speaker, September of this year will make 3 years since these families have been grieving, mourning, not being able to find closure, in a constant state of what next, when they cannot get a death certificate, cannot receive any of the benefits that they are entitled to, cannot find the closure necessary to move on with their lives. Madam Speaker, I am pleased that help is finally here for these families. And as I stand here today in this honorable house, I reflect on the numerous residents on the island of Grand Bahama whose lives were forever changed by catastrophic Hurricane Dorian. I think about the family members of the missing victims who have made heartbreaking pleas for assistance, eager to resolve the matter of their loved ones' deaths with dignity and end the emotional roller coaster they have been on. Madam Speaker, this Davis-Cooper administration understood the assignment. This administration shows humanity to the plight of Bahamians. And this amendment is for the people and will change the legislation that is quite frankly out of touch with this type of reality. Madam Speaker, the Evidence Amendment Number 2, Bill 2022 is long awaited and is far long overdue. This New Day administration understood the gravity and the importance of this legislation. We are a government that leads with compassion, and the fact of the matter is these families have lived in limbo for far too long. This administration is here to deliver today and bring closure to all of the grieving mothers, fathers, spouses, siblings, and children who have been unable to honor the memories of their loved ones and to have them officially declared deceased under the present Evidence Act and move forward with their lives. The families have lived in turmoil long enough. And for this reason, this New Day government pledged to enact this policy that would change the current legislation to alleviate the financial, psychological burden suffered by the families of these victims who are forced to wait 7 years for a formal presumption of death after a disaster. To the families of the victims of Hurricane Dorian, we will never forget and pray your comfort and strength as you continue to savor the beautiful memories of your loved ones while receiving long-awaited closure. I thank the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, for delivering on his promise to the people of Grand Bahama and Abaco. Madam Speaker, Pine Ridge wholeheartedly supports the bill.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Asmini?
What's that, Pine Ridge?
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for St. Barnabas.
I must. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I rise to my feet on behalf of the great people of St. Barnabas, I'm grateful to Almighty God for giving me the breath and the opportunity to, as I often say, to be a citizen of the greatest country in the world, the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I'm grateful to Almighty God that He allows me to continue to serve the people of St. Barnabas and the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, those who supported me and those who didn't support me. Because at the end of the day, service to others should have no condition other than service itself, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I get into the bill itself, I'm in a reflective mood again today to express some thoughts on a number of matters related to the bill at hand, and some as an extension. But I would like to offer my commendations and view of this matter related to Hurricane Dorian. Firstly, I would like to recognize the inspiring Bahamians who are here in the gallery, who continue to represent the best of us, the resilience of the Bahamian people. And you are heroes to all of us in your own right. And the opportunity today to support this bill is not only important for this legislative body, but because of the impact it will have on families like yourselves and indeed other Bahamian families. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, as we all know, we are a few days away from our country's 49th independence. And so I share my brief reflections based on that. As Sir Lyndon Pinling said, that if you're not prepared to fight for this great country, you don't deserve to have it. And I believe, this theme of being proud to be a Bahamian is obviously something each of us must embrace. But ultimately, we must do it in an actionable way. And as Sir Lyndon said, this is something that we must fight for. And the only thing I would add to with that, and not to be naive in my statement, is that we must fight for each other regardless of our politics. Because in fact, at the end of the day, this is the only country I have. This is the only country you have. There's no other place in the world where I can go that I have the power that I have as a Bahamian. So at the end of the day, I'm going to do everything in my power to serve on this side and continue to serve, others on that side. But Madam Speaker, I also, while I'm on my feet, Madam Speaker, in a few weeks, I will celebrate, God's willing, my 46th birthday. And looking forward that hopefully God will allow me to get there. And I just want to thank a couple of persons, very important to me. I'd like to thank my mother, who grew up on Wolf Road next to Columbus Primary, for all of the patience and the wherewithal, and I dare say some beatings that I got as a very young man, young age. She put me on the right track, and I'm grateful to my mother for all that she's poured into me. I'm also grateful to my father, Don Cartwright, who the member for West Grand Bahama worked with at ZNS for 30 plus years. I'm in fact a ZNS baby, and I know the member understands what that means. I was a little boy running around ZNS from master control to engineering and so forth. And so every time I visit ZNS, I'm always reminded of my days there at ZNS. I also would like to pay tribute today and to recognize another man who's been in my life from I was 6 years old, Mr. H.L. Roll, my stepfather. Police officer would know him, 440. That was his police number. And some of the most impactful times on the weekend was when my stepfather used to run his gas station on Shirley Street, opposite the Shirley Street Theater. And he's a former police. And every Saturday, persons like Sir Rachel Thompson, who's the former commissioner, Mike Ellis, I know the other side knows Mr. Ellis, Wellington Francis, Pompey Sanders, Kelsey Johnson, persons from all political stripes would come to his gas station. Even His Excellency Arthur Hahn used to come and get gas. I used to pump gas. I used to put gas in the former Governor General's car, Sir Henry Boswick. I always remembered his car because he had a Jaguar that had 2 tanks. And I said, boy, if you have a car that have 2 tanks, you're a serious fella. You know? So I'm grateful for that opportunity that I had to meet so many persons from all walks of life. All political stripes. A lot was there, though. A lot was there. A lot was there from all political stripes, Madam Speaker. While I'm on my feet as well, I wish to congratulate Archbishop Gomez on.
Good question.
He didn't say he's perfect, you know.
Archbishop Gomez on his well-known contribution to the body of Christ in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, as well as the member for St. Anne's would have mentioned, Father Cartwright, who celebrated 40 years of service to the body of Christ in general and the Anglican Church in particular, and also wish to congratulate His Grace Bishop Neil C. Ellis on his 35th pastoral anniversary, Madam Speaker. Very briefly, people of St. Barnabas, wish to announce to them that on Saturday we will be having our soup kitchen from 8 in the morning to 10:30. So we want the constituents to come by. We're going to be feeding as many persons as we can in this difficult time, number of persons. I can never duplicate what Bishop Hanchill and Bishop Lawrence Roll is doing in St. Barnabas. I can never duplicate. I can only try to assist around the edges, if you will. And so it's going to be an honor for us to be out there to feed as many persons as we can. Also would like to thank, as I said, Madam Speaker, I'm in a reflective mood. I'd like to thank my children. Yeah, that's right. I'd like to thank my children. I'd like to thank my children for reminding me every day of the joys of this life, which is ensuring that your children understand what it is to fulfill their purpose in this life through God's grace. And of course, I'd like to thank my wife of 207 days, Mrs. Cartwright, 207 days for her continued support, and reminder to stay on the wall. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, while I'm on my feet, and since the member for Fort Charlotte is here, honorable member, the good member, the senior good member for Charlotte, on 3rd Street in the Grove, south of Palm Tree, so between Palm Tree and Robinson Road, need some paving, sir, right? And not that you need additional incentive, but I want you to know, on 3rd Street, from Palm Tree to Robinson Road, on the western side is St. Barnabas, and on the eastern side is the member for Angliston. And I'm sure you ain't gonna pave half the road, so I'm sure, so we will be very grateful. I'm sure the member for Angliston as well would be very grateful for some attention in that matter. Thank you. Sorry? No, I know. The one was an honorable man. You know, that was in jest. Madam Speaker, I had the opportunity with my leader, the honorable member for Marco City, to attend the swearing in, the handing over ceremony for the new Commissioner of Police, Mr. Clayton Fernando, and I'm sure the honorable member will give his commendations. But I offer my congratulations to the new commissioner, and I personally thank the outgoing commissioner for his service to the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Every time I attend those handing over ceremonies, I'm reminded of something that I really wish, again, I may be saying this naively, that I really wish that we can implement right after a general election. And that is, that ceremony, as brief as it is, when the outgoing commissioner symbolically and legally hands over the reins of the police force to the new commissioner. It's a reminder in that moment, and to the members of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, who I have the highest respect for, that it's about the organization. And I've said this before, I really wish that we can get to the point in our country when after an election and a new prime minister is sworn in, that the outgoing prime minister could just stand there ever so briefly, and watch the new prime minister being sworn in. Because at the end of the day, it is about country. I said it before then too, right? But I just think that it would be important. You know, maybe I'm dreaming, but I do think it would be good for the country. It would be good for the country because it reminds us at the end of the day, it's not the prime minister of a particular party. It's the prime minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And even though the ceasefire may only last for a couple of days, I think it's very important that the Bahamian people see a reminder that there's more that unites us than divides us, Madam Speaker.
Sure, we're in a rush to get there.
Sorry?
Just
intro and intro.
Okay, Madam Speaker, this particular bill, as we continue to shelter ourselves from future negative impacts of hurricanes, we must continue to shelter the Bahamian people legislatively from circumstances that arise as a result of the constant threat to our people. I support this bill. As the honorable member for East Grand Bahama would have mentioned, the element of the 2 years, I believe it's something that we could look at and shorten it. I was part of the audience this morning in terms of the legal back and forth with the members. And so it would be interesting to see as we go along what amendments can be made to that particular aspect of the bill, Madam Speaker. And these kinds of pieces of legislation is very, very important. I know that climate change and climate justice has become very, very, understandably, very important. And we all talk about, and we know that the Prime Minister has been talking about, he's been talking about this, and it is important because we know how much climate change presents an existential threat to our people and our country. And so I think that as we go along, as we do some of the practical and traditional things that we do every year to prepare for hurricanes and prepare for the future, whatever we can do legislatively to shelter the Bahamian people and other aspects from the fallout or impact from future natural disasters, future hurricanes, is something that we ought to do, Madam Speaker. It is going to be, and it is very important that this bill will bring relief and some closure to many families affected by Dorian. And I can remember, Madam Speaker, relative to Dorian, and it was a tragic time in our country, as well as it was inspiring in the sense that you saw your fellow Bahamians helping other Bahamians in need and helping out their countrymen and their countrywomen. And I can remember vividly when the video came across my phone of the member for Marcos City's home, and as his house was being flushed, and obviously he was trying to retreat to get his family to safety. And I said to myself, Madam Speaker, in that moment, and I always remembered this, that as, you know, as funny as, not funny, but as untrue as it may be, for some people, politicians, other persons of, let's say, status or perceived status in the country, for some people, they may view that they're kind of sheltered from some of these experiences, believe it or not. I know that sounds ridiculous. But for a lot of persons, I know when they saw the member for Marcos City House being flooded, for some people it brought it home. It brought it home that this is a member of parliament and a minister who is experiencing the same thing like any other Bahamian. And not that I would wish for him to sacrifice or have to sacrifice what he did in terms of that. But that was something that that stood out, and like all of the other Bahamians and people in Grand Bahama and Abaco who survived, glad that the honorable leader and his family was able to come out by God's grace. During that time, Madam Speaker, you know, it's all hands on deck, and you saw many Bahamians, many hundreds, thousands of Bahamians just helping each other. And I was so glad for the opportunity that a group of men in the St. Barnabas constituency on my team, I said to them, hey man, we have to do something. We gotta go and we gotta help, all right? We gotta help. We dry, and our brothers and sisters, a lot of them are in jeopardy. Their lives are in jeopardy, so we have to go and help. And Madam Speaker, and I've not talked about this because it isn't about what we did, but I've never got a chance to publicly, quite honestly, thank those men because I didn't want to make it about the fact that we went and we helped because we thought it was something to do. But we went into Grand Bahama and put pallets and pallets of water on a flatbed truck. And I know the member for East Grand Bahama remembered when we came in, and we just drove around Grand Bahama and we just gave people water. And some people were in cars following us, but it was such a meaningful moment because you knew that you were going to help people, but to see it firsthand, to see your brothers and sisters crying out for water, you know, it is something, quite frankly, that you would have seen in other countries when there's a natural disaster. And so I'm grateful to those men, and they know who they are, for what they were able to give in that time. And I know that the proprietor and the owner of the airline would not want me to call his name, and I won't. But I'm grateful to him. He knows who he is. I gave him a call. A friend of mine, I said, listen, man, we got to go down to Abaco and get some people out of Abaco. You know? I said, we got to go. I said, let's go. I said, I need a favor, you know? And we went down to Abaco, and we had 3 flights, and we took people out of Abaco and brought them to Nassau. So I just wanted to do that, Madam Speaker, for those persons, as we talk about and remember that tragic day, and still to this day, the impact it continues to have on our people. And obviously today, this bill and our collective support of this bill will allow us to bring much needed relief and bring some closure as best as we can to those families affected by Hurricane Dorian. As the member for East Grand Bahama would have mentioned as well, in terms of the word peril, I too believe that it needs to be further qualified and clarity needs to be brought. But there is no doubt that this is a step, Madam Speaker, in the right direction. Also, Madam Speaker, as I close, Madam Speaker, this situation of crime in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and let me just say this, Madam Speaker, I know that the minute that you bring up crime, there's a posture that happens, and we've all had the posture. Let's be honest. We've all had this posture when you bring up crime, you know, Both political parties have used it to the detriment of the issue and the Bahamian people. Let me just get that out the way. So as I give my view on this very dispassionately, it's a view, a sincere view, with no malice, sincere view about what the Bahamian people feel, okay? We're now at 75 murders in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. This is the 7th month of the year. We're talking about an average of 10 murders a month. We must come together as a country. We must come together as a country and arrest this problem that continues to be a pandemic level of an issue in our country. All of us must put our minds and our heads together. Civic, religious leaders, our neighbors, people through our corners. You know, one time ago, you couldn't do nothing through a corner without somebody telling you, stop your foolishness. There was a time in the Bahamas when it was like that, when you would preserve, every neighbor would preserve the peace and tranquility of a street or a corner. That has changed. But we have to put our heads together because crime is everybody's responsibility, and we must come together to figure out how do we not only protect our national security, but how do we protect our economic security? Now, I believe, from talking with many Bahamians, okay, that responsibility is something that goes all around. And the Bahamian people would like to know from the government and would like to be updated from the government in terms of tactics and strategies and what is the latest with the government's approach to dealing with these spate of murders in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. They're asking for a real comprehensive plan from the government in that regard. I know the opposition would have made some 40 recommendations to the government, and by no means did we expect the government to utilize or have to utilize, but it was our contribution to part of this discussion. But on this matter, Madam Speaker, the Bahamian people feels that the government is found wanting in this regard in terms of a comprehensive plan, and that's not a political statement. That's a statement that what the Bahamian people are feeling. I'm not going to get into, this is my choice what I'm about to do right now. I'm not going to get into trying to point out Freetown. He's the Minister of National Security, right? Because the point is, I want to make a larger point. We have a problem in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, as we all know, and we got to fix it. The opposition just believes, as I believe, that the government must lead in certain regards as it relates to addressing this problem involving all of us. We support any government's efforts to bring some much needed attention and resolution to some of these issues and the considerations of the economic, educational, and social aspect of what crime continues to do to our country. And it's something, Madam Speaker, that we must deal with, because we will get into a cycle from election to election. As our streets run red, we will get into a situation where we just blaming each other while Bahamians are dying, and while our society and our communities continues to be vulnerable. This is our country, and so this is something that we all have responsibility for, and we believe that the government must find better ways to lead in that regard, Madam Speaker, lead in that regard. Also, Madam Speaker, the inflationary environment that we find ourselves in, and it's getting worse, Madam Speaker. We continue to believe that the government needs to take VAT off of bread basket items, okay? Take VAT off of bread basket items. The Bahamian people continue to hurt, Madam Speaker. I see it every day. Now, some members may not have, and I say this sincerely, some members may not have the luxury to have the constituents I have And what I mean by that is, I know from me and my constituents, I know what they tell me. And so I stand here as the Member of Parliament for St. Barnabas. The people of St. Barnabas would like VAT off of bread basket items. And it isn't only St. Barnabas. Everywhere I go, just like many of you, gas station, barbershops, on the park, people are asking for relief, Madam Speaker. So we continue the call for the government to do that. Additionally, Madam Speaker, the issue of fuel, Madam Speaker, Bahamian motorists are finding it very, very difficult and are making tough choices every day. And there's nothing wrong with tough choices because sacrifices have to be made through different times. But the Bahamian people know that the government receives monetary benefits from stamp tax and VAT on retail purchase of gasoline and wholesale. And so we're asking that the government look at their take. The government looks at their take as it relates to gasoline to see how we can bring some relief to the Bahamian motorists out there, because it continues to be something that is paralyzing to many Bahamians out there, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank you very much for this opportunity to contribute to this bill. And as I wrap up with 4 minutes and 30 seconds, again, as I said earlier, we're about to celebrate, as we all know, 49 years. And most recently, I had the opportunity to speak to Dame Marguerite Pinling, had the opportunity to speak to Right Honorable Hubert Ingram, Right Honorable Perry Christie, and His Excellency Sir Arthur Folkes. And in those conversations, without getting into some of the confidential aspects of our conversation, naturally we talked about the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and obviously the names I mentioned, these are persons on whose shoulders we stand on, and the country that we see today is due in part by the sacrifices that they have made. And I believe as we near our 49th and overall our 50th year of independence, every Bahamian, we must continue to ask ourselves individually, how does our lifestyles, our attitudes, and our behaviors either contribute to the upliftment or the demise of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas? And there are many things, unfortunately, that has a tendency to divide us in a very fun way. You know, it's junk new. You know, I believe that the Valley Boys is the greatest group in the world. And then Centerville can appreciate that, and others, right? We in that great group together. And then we have the other things, unfortunately, like politics, that can sometimes, that oftentimes, I believe, has been the biggest inhibitor to progress in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. We must find a sense of decency, Madam Speaker, a sense of decency not only in politics, but throughout this country. If it's one thing my parents, my father, my mother, and my stepfather has taught me in this life, is that you must embrace a sense of decency. It doesn't mean that you don't argue and you don't debate, but it's just a sense of decency and how you do that. And what I will say, Madam Speaker, with the last 2 minutes, I've had to grapple with that in my political life. And what I mean by that, and I'm not saying I'm the only one, right? I'm talking here to St. Barnabas. What I mean by this, you can be in politics and be decent, okay? Hold fast to your beliefs and your philosophies and stand up like a lion and still be decent in how we treat each other. And that goes for both sides, Madam Speaker. So today, I'm talking in the spirit of being a Bahamian. I believe in how we must find better ways in how we treat each other. Ultimately, even in politics. Now, don't get me wrong. We know that there are consequences of elections. No doubt, there's consequences of elections, right? And so they say the victor goes to spoils. Yes, this is about governing a country. The victor goes to spoils, and I understand that. But even in how we treat each other, I'm very proud. I'm very proud, most proud that during the time when we were in government, very proud of the decency that my parents put in me, that I was able to apply in my daily political walk as a member of the government as it related to not only members of the Progressive Liberal Party, but any Bahamian who saw your role in government and figured that you could assist. And when I mean assist, in many, many different ways, Madam Speaker. And it didn't matter who they were or their political affiliation. And so, Madam Speaker, even with all our challenges, I still believe, and I wake up every day knowing that the Commonwealth of the Bahamas is the greatest nation on earth. Find me a country in this world that has 400,000 people, Madam Speaker, and achieves what we achieve. What we achieve. Find me a country. Find me a country where its citizens are in other countries and having the impact in those other countries in terms of the talent and the intellect. So, Madam Speaker, as I take my seat, I thank you very much. I say happy independence to the people of St. Barnabas, happy independence to the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and may Almighty God continue to cover this country, this country that we love. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many? Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Freetown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. God has spared me yet again to have the privilege of rising in this honorable place, representing the beautiful people of Freetown, whom I love, who sent me here to do their work. Madam Speaker, this bill is very timely. And I was speaking with the leader of government business. And when I was a tutor in advocacy at the Eugene DePuge Law School, we taught the students that you should develop a theme for your case. The theme for the case that I will put now, Madam Speaker, and it isn't new, is that they should really say sorry and mean it. And why do I say that, Madam Speaker? It is not enough to say that you're not the Prime Minister. In the United Kingdom, we're witnessing today and yesterday cabinet ministers, not only cabinet ministers, but people connected in any way with the government of Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister, saying, because of our standards, we are not prepared to journey with you in what you are doing. And so it isn't limited to members of the cabinet, it's everybody. And so my MP ain't in this. You weren't there, St. Anne's. But what is troubling for me, and troubling is a nice way of putting it, this bill, advanced by the Davis-Cooper administration in its first year, actually will have, for most of the persons affected in it, the result of saying that their loved ones died the 3rd of September 2019, even before the member for Cat Island, Rumkey and Salvador, took the seat as Prime Minister. He's reaching into the past and doing something before his time. And so the effect of this bill, because these persons went missing when Hurricane Dorian would have passed the 3rd of September 2019. I know personally because my son, who is a Marine seaman on the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, was forward deployed to Abaco. And his experiences affected him as it did all of the Marines. And from that day, these persons were missing. They've not been heard from. And the effect of this bill will say that they did in fact die the 3rd of September, 2019. I think that's a full 14 days before Prime Minister Davis took his chair. He did something that reached back even before he was elected. What is troubling about it is, in my profession in which I'm inactive, as counsel and attorney, I always tell young lawyers who come into my chambers, young lawyers I tutor at the Eugene DePuche Law School, that clients are interested in a remedy. They really don't care about your fancy words. They want a result. The persons in Abaco and Grand Bahama wanted a result. And it doesn't matter how much you were with them. It doesn't matter how much you sympathize with them. It doesn't matter how much you care about them. What matters is, do you give them the result? And so it is troubling, very troubling, that Grand Bahama was represented completely, I believe, by members of the then governing party, that Abaco had as a representative a cabinet minister, and the other representative also from the governing party in an office in government. And now to hear people talk about peril may need further definition, when the Interpretation General Clauses Act says that it's to have its ordinary dictionary meaning, and the two catastrophes that may face us, hurricanes and earthquakes actually, are clearly perils. For persons who did nothing from the passage of Hurricane Dorian, the 3rd of September, for a full 2 years until the 3rd of September 2021, when the actions of this bold Prime Minister has brought the result. To hear any talk about we need to consider a lesser time must surely be a slap in the face to everybody in Grand Bahama and Abaco. You had the opportunity up to the 16th of September, 2021, to enact a shorter time, and you did nothing. And so I hope this isn't seen as being intemperate, but really, when you did nothing for 2 years, you should simply be saying sorry and meaning it, and this debate should not be this long. So, go ahead.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for East Grand Bahama.
Madam Speaker, it is unfortunate that the debate was going a certain way and is now turned a certain way. But it is very misleading to the public to say that those on this side did nothing. And as we had indicated, the Coroner's Court dealt with a number of these matters and resolved a number of these matters. It took too long. We've said that. And we've said we also need to look at solutions as to how to resolve those issues that were faced. But it is completely inaccurate to say that this side did nothing. Let us look at solutions. And as we said, this debate is a very, very emotional debate. Very emotional. We shouldn't be looking at each other. We shouldn't be accusing each other. We should be looking at what the solution to this would be. We should be looking at what the solution should be. That's all.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Anytime you may continue.
If if the member for East Grand Bahama is taken aback by my characterization, I can make it nicer. And that would be to say, they did nothing to bring the remedy for the persons who will have a remedy by this act. Because this morning, it should have been quite clear, the solution, if they wish to own the solution of the coroner's court, they can own it. I think the member for Fort Charlotte, the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador has demonstrated this morning that that is not really a solution. And that is clearly not a solution of the executive government or the legislature. The member for St. Anne's clearly pointed out that it demonstrated the independence of the judiciary. But then he lamented that we haven't passed the court services bill yet, whereas it was tabled in the last administration and they didn't manage to pass it at all. And so we will fix that too, said Barnabas. It is just that if one is going to engage in sensible, straightforward debate, we can have policy differences. What we cannot have, and be honest, is you all have not done something in 11 months, less than 11 months, 9, 10 months that we didn't do in 4.5 years, and you ought to be castigated for it. That is a dishonest argument. So what I would say quite clearly, Madam Speaker, is that with all of the firepower, I think all 7 seats, cabinet ministers, the remedy supposedly was the coroner's court. No act of parliament even contemplated, just the coroner's court. From the 3rd of September, 2019, while people couldn't get estates administered, couldn't get access to bank accounts, couldn't get insurance funds, East Grand Bahama says that their solution was the coroner's court. Our solution is legislative action. Because that is what the people of Grand Bahama and Abaco would have sent its representatives to Parliament for.
Thank you.
Not to send them to the coroner's court, but to give them a remedy, a legislative remedy. And it was not forthcoming until Philip Edward Brave David was elected Prime Minister. And so, Madam Speaker, I don't know that people like my style in this place. It was developed in 30 years in litigation before the courts of this country, all the way up to the Privy Council, where you have 5 people asking you questions at the same time. You have to stay focused, and you have to actually address what the issue is. And so I would trust that the Bahamian people forgive that I don't necessarily dress up all I have to say, as the former Chief Justice, Dame Joan Sawyer, would say, in clean linen, but I state it as I see it. I do not see a debate as honest when we do not acknowledge that we completely let down the people. I always tell my children, sorry is an amazing thing, you know. When my wife starts around me and I say, I'm sorry, that really should be the end of it. It's no point beating me anymore. But I just say, look, I'm sorry. But the problem is, when you don't say sorry and you don't mean it, people continue to beat you with justification. You didn't do anything. Just own it. Quietly own it. Say we're sorry. We'll try not to do it again. That's how I was raised. And so, well, it'll apply to us. You'll judge us after 5 years. We judging you. So, Madam Speaker, when we hear, and I must commend and congratulate Commissioner Clayton Fernanda on being installed as the new Commissioner of Police. And this morning, I was late for Parliament as I attended the swearing in of Deputy Commissioner Layman Delaveau. I actually heard the member for Kalani congratulate these men. Kalani isn't here, but that's his habit. He speaks and then he leaves. In another forum, you would call that cowardice, but this is an honorable place, so I will not call him a coward. But he has the gall to congratulate Clayton Fernanda being appointed Commissioner of Police. And that is just amazing and mind-boggling. It is as if they're erasing the history that on the 21st of March, 2019, then Assistant Commissioner Fernanda, having been in charge of crime, having been responsible for leading the team that reduced murders to its lowest level and brought crime to its lowest level, he was then unceremoniously sent to, first on leave, then to the Ministry of Health, of all places, an Assistant Commissioner of Police. And this is at the time that Kalani says we were facing security problems. We were facing security problems, but you sidelined the Assistant Commissioner of Police, who presided over the massive reduction of crime that administration took credit for. Assistant Commissioner Fernanda was Assistant Commissioner Crime when that result was brought about. You kick him to the curb and you claim his work. And you know, I've had the privilege of having social intercourse with these men over the course of my career. Sorry?
We just went through the guide, the terminology.
Social intercourse for the crash course, Marco City, is it goes beyond simply talking. Yeah. And that is why I used it deliberately. It's when you talk with someone, it's when you experience what they're telling you, it's when you can relate to what they're telling you. Talking is where you can just throw words back and forward. I felt what these men were encountering because I would cross swords with them in court, and they were resolute in their defense of the Bahamian public, and they did good work. To take benefit for a man's good work and then kick him in the backside is ingratitude, which is the worst character defect that anyone can have. And so it's as if the 21st of March, 2019 never ever happened. You take credit for the man's work and then you kick him to the curb. And his comrade in arms, which is how he described Commissioner Paul Roll yesterday in his handing over, because they have been closely linked. On top of that, you force Commissioner Paul Roll to do something like that to his comrade in arms for 3 decades. And then you come and you want to congratulate Commissioner Fernanda. I suppose that Commissioner Fernanda is a gracious man. He always has been his entire career.
And it's the only one who get an invitation.
And at the end of the day, he is now where he should be. And he assures me that the very same team that took murders to a record low, crime to record lows, that the other side took credit for, is reassembled and on the job. I keep hearing this cry that they wish to see a comprehensive crime plan. The great problem with that is that the Constitution puts the obligation for the parts that have to do with intersecting the criminal element on the Commissioner of Police in his production of his policing plan and his execution of it. Commissioner Fernanda has laid out to us the parts of it that can be disclosed. It is really rich for persons to talk about an escalation in crime when a strategy of saturation patrols is hampered because you didn't buy the police cars. And so to go on patrol, they have to take, you have to take patrol cars from the station. In 10 months, we have ordered cars. We have ordered the cars and they are arriving. And they have started to arrive. If the other side had done their jobs during COVID, they would have ordered the vehicles and they would have been here. The public just needs to look around and see, is there a point of order? If there's not a point of order, I'm not going to yield, St. Barnabas. Is there a point of order, St. Barnabas? Because I'm not yielding.
He's indicating a point of clarity.
Madam Speaker, I don't know any rule about a point of clarity. I know a rule about a point of order.
No, he doesn't have to.
Madam
It's
Speaker,
not a point of order. He does not have to.
the rules provide that I can yield if I choose.
If you choose.
If I do not choose to yield and the member has a point of order, he can make it. No, I know Fort Charlotte wrote the rules, but I can read rules. I've been doing it for 32 years. Well, then if that's a point of order,
It is the rule.
if it's a point, Madam Speaker, if it's a point of order and
The
the
point of
member
order?
wishes to tell us when they ordered cars, I'll sit and wait for her for when they ordered cars.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for free.
You know, the honorable
Substance.
member has been the Minister of National Security for the last 10 months, right? The government has been the government from September 16th. And I think it's a bit disingenuous for the member to stand up and to suggest, basically it seems what the member is saying is that we are paralyzed to address some of the issues. We are paralyzed to address some of the issues. 10 months. 10 months. With all due respect, Madam Speaker, with all due respect, and I have the highest respect for the honorable member, the highest respect, and he knows that. Come on now, that cannot fly, Madam Speaker. That cannot fly because what it means, Madam Speaker, there will come a time very soon in the next few weeks and months that again, the honorable member and the government will be able to use that justification again. Oh, the last administration didn't get us this. So that's why the murders are going to continue to increase. No, man, the honorable member talked about a few minutes ago about being honest in our discussion. So let's be honest in our discussion, right? And say to the Bahamian people, we are having some challenges. Yes, we are having some challenges. And I understand that the Bahamian people feel frustrated, but we are doing this, and this. But the first option cannot be 9 months into an administration, that it's still the Free National Movement's fault. Come on, Madam Speaker. That cannot go.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Madam Speaker, you know, to see what what the member for St. Barnabas demonstrates just makes my point. He wants Bahamian people to be so foolish as to believe that on September 20th, you could place a substantial order for Dodge Charger patrol cars and in our environment have them delivered before July. Wow. And so at the end of the day, I heard no point of order. And so the dishonesty was there would be a claim that there's something inaccurate of what is being said, and there's nothing inaccurate. The Commissioner of Police himself has said that he is short of manpower since coming to office. That has been addressed by 250. And come September, it'll be addressed by another 100. And next year, it'll be addressed again, and again. We are fixing it.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Results.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I've said before, Madam Speaker, just as a preface to the point of order, that bombing on the desk does not make a point that has been made more accurate. I've said on my feet before, with respect to the member for Freetown, that the exact same manpower audit report that you read and I read indicated that in 2017, Madam Speaker, there was a manpower shortage in the Royal Bahamas Police Force. So we met a manpower shortage in place. When we were kicked out of office, again, despite hiring officers, we still have, I'm sorry, I don't need your coaching on what I need to say. We still have a manpower shortage. When I last spoke, I went through the ranks to demonstrate the amount of shortage that we have. So again, the jury is out on whether or not over the course of the next 3 or 4 years, you are going to dramatically increase it. But right now, you have done nothing remarkably different than what has been done by the previous administration with respect to the manpower shortage. And so that's the point that I wish to raise.
It is really a non-point and a false point. We were asking you, Marco City, how many, because you're suggesting you did something as opposed to talking about something. Come back and tell us how many, unless you know now. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, it is ripe that they would congratulate a man they sidelined, who led it, that they would leave an institution short of resources, manpower, and other.
Chair recognizes the honorable member from Marco City.
A great deal, because in my presentation, I will speak very precisely to this issue. None of the persons here, none of the persons here. So when you say y'all, this generic y'all is inappropriate. You know constitutionally who have the capacity to make those decisions. And it does not include y'all. I'll leave that there until I speak.
Free time.
Are you finished?
Members.
Now, Marco City missed my opening point, which was that Boris Johnson's cabinet members, government members, whip officers are resigning because they were not au fait with what he was doing. And so Marco City to sit back and say it wasn't, that it wasn't, the answer of it wasn't, Madam Speaker, the answer of it wasn't me, the answer that I was following instructions, didn't work at Nuremberg, doesn't seem to be working for Boris Johnson.
No, don't permit him to send the wrong message to the public because
Yeah,
what
I
you are
can speak when you
insinuating
said.
is that someone on this side was following instructions, and it is an absolute lie to do so. Let me rephrase this for you. Let me rephrase this. I will rephrase the statement. What has been said is completely misleading because he knows, the member for Freetown is fully aware that none of us were following instruction. You now sit in a place where you are able to look at documentation in order to arrive at who made what decision. So don't tell us that we were following instruction because we were not. On that subject, you can lay the blame where you wish to, but don't try to lay it here. I understand why.
Freetown, you may continue.
But just so that he could hear the full point about Boris Johnson, if Marcos City was so offended by what was happening around him, sitting at the table, not seeing these things come, he ought to have resigned. He never did. And that's the end of that. So the reality of it, Madam Speaker, is we keep hearing about this crime plan. I heard it again from St. Barnabas, who was present to hear yesterday what Commissioner Clayton Fernandez says are steps that are taken. What you will not hear are sensitive operational matters. You oughtn't to expect to hear those if you are responsible. But fundamentally, we keep coming back to the same place we always do. And that is why this debate is, and I anticipate my cousin Marco City, is a very disingenuous one because he was a part of the FNM. He was a part of the discussion surrounding Vision 2040. They took full part. I am tired of hearing this thing about let's not make crime political. We did that in 2016. We decided not to make a whole bunch of things political. We decided to sit down and make the development of this great country of ours non-political and bipartisan. And we involved the church, and we involved national organizations, and we involved civil society. Certainly, the then leader of the opposition, who was invited, did participate, and signed on to it. Now, if what is being said is that their leader wasn't really speaking the truth, wasn't leading them, wasn't being frank with them, wasn't involving them in these participations, then so be it. But the exercise Vision 2040, funded by an international loan, evaluated after its execution, delivered a not bipartisan, one should say non-partisan plan, comprehensively, the outline of which should have been fairly obvious, that crime doesn't just happen in a day. Somebody just isn't born a criminal. Someone is born and there's a journey to being a criminal. And the plan has, and it's still available, free online. It's being executed. It's number 10 in the blueprint for change. The fact that Marcos City doesn't realize it's being used means that they walked away from it, either in ignorance of it or deliberately. The plan is very simple. People are born. There's a journey to becoming a criminal, that we have many opportunities along the way to stop that. If we don't stop it and it happens, then we have an obligation thereafter for rehabilitation. The plan to stop it St. Barnabas, is those young men in your constituency who you see a youth at risk. You should have not got it urban renewal. You should have had it active. You should have directed them to it. And you then would have an opportunity not to have young men running loose on the street. The fact that you all don't know what is in Vision 2040 is truly distressing. It's truly distressing.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Of my good cousin from Freetown. But Vision 2040 speaks about accountability and transparency in governance. One major component of that is related to what we did in putting in place the Procurement Act, making improvements which you are now seeking to continue with the Freedom of Information. You have the Debt Management Act. You have the Financial Management Act. All of it. So let's for a moment, let's park the Freedom of Information. At least 3 of those, Madam Speaker, that's reflected in 2040 is not being followed by this administration. Today, as you speak, as if you are the paragon of virtue, you are in violation of multiple financial pieces of legislation. No less than the member for Exuma and Ragged Island, the member for Angliston, and the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador was in the House. They voted for those pieces of legislation that was peer-reviewed locally and internationally. And today, you are in violation of the law. So even though, no, you are in, your prime minister admitted on his feet. He admitted on his feet that he does not intend to comply. So did Minister Alquidas. So did the financial secretary. So when you want to talk about compliance or fulfilling the vision of 2040, you have a glaring example of where you're giving out hundreds of millions of dollars in contracts. And the Bahamian people out there don't know to whom you're giving it, for what amount, and what are the terms that govern it. So I'm just saying to you, we are out. You should be an improvement on any bad governance that existed under us. And you are in an abysmal failure to comply with the laws of the Bahamas.
Who are you giving contracts to? Why are you
Madam Speaker,
You may continue, Freetown.
you know,
Who are you writing the contracts to?
the fact of repetition of nonsense doesn't increase its quality. It just increases the amount of time that you repeat nonsense. The bottom line to it, Madam Speaker, point 3.31, because they talk share, well, I shouldn't say nonsense, that's unparliamentary. They make errors of what is the law that they wrote. They make assumptions that aren't grounded by any of the financial information available to them. They, in fact, then paraphrase what people say incorrectly and call it interpretation, and it's all done for the camera. And then after doing it for the camera, we have the sincere, oh, we want to work with you. We're acting in the interest of the country. Yes, and so this is good theater, Marco City, but just as you did nothing to help the people from Dorian for 2 years, talking this stuff won't detract us from doing what is necessary to help people. And since you don't seem to know, St. Barnabas, what you should have been doing to divert young men, I can tell you what the Vision 2040 says. What Vision 2040 says. Is there a point of order?
Yes, you defeated the chief defendant.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
Madam Speaker, it's mind-boggling to me. Come on. And I'm sure it's mind-boggling to thousands of Bahamians watching us right now, that the member has stood on his feet for some 25 minutes, right? And instead of saying, this is what the government is doing to address 75 murders in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I understand the member's point about some things needing to be kept a secret, but the member stood on his feet for 25 minutes and all he's done is point to who was in government on September 15th. They are the government. They are the government. The point is, stop making excuses. Stop making excuses, Madam Speaker. Stop making excuses. We weren't perfect. But you are in charge. You are in charge now. You are in charge. You are in charge.
It's the debate about the Evidence Act, and as much as they parrot this, they will understand when something the Bahamian people understand. And yes, you speak to them to get to know it. They know that the 15-year-old shooter did not become a 15-year-old shooter today. That the 19-year-old shooter didn't become a 19-year-old shooter today. They understand that they can depend on now Commissioner Fernanda to execute on what he says he will execute on to deal with those who are criminals. They know that they can count on us to strengthen urban renewal. It's already happening. The Urban Renewal Foundation has been relaunched. They know that they can count on us to get 600 young people into the Urban Renewal Band that performed in Rawson Square at the Beat Retreat. They know that we care about their young children because, yes, just as you cared about the people, Marco City, you cared about the people in Grand Bahama and Abaco. You also cared about the people in Grand Bahama and Abaco. And Hurricane Dorian passed the 3rd of September, 2019, and you cared about your constituents because you were there with them. And all of y'all cared about your constituents. And it took the Davis-Cooper administration to bring this bill to Parliament. This is an appropriate point to end. And if you are next, Marco City, you can stand up next. But I don't intend to yield unless it's a point of order. Marco City can be...
Except that's not your job to determine. This is going to determine that. So, Madam Speaker,
well, Madam Speaker, the rules require that you state what the point of order is.
That is the rule.
Yeah, so state what the point of order is.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Marco City.
Madam Speaker, I thought we had gotten to the point in this discussion where we were not going to give the impression to a public that expects better of us, that any one group has a monopoly on caring for the Bahamian people. All of us care. Your administration has been in now for 9 months. And for 9 months, you have not been able yet, despite the efforts, the yeoman efforts of the member for Pinewood, to impact in a lot of meaningful ways those persons affected by Dorian. We all on this side agree. This bill that you brought is an important step in the right direction. It is, in fact, it is the right thing to do for people who need closure. But don't use sweeping generalization to talk about whether or not we care, because we have many constituents whose roofs are still open. And where we did not get it right, where we didn't get it right, the public made a right determination. But you've been in 9 months. Despite the inappropriate ways you got to the finish line, you already building houses in Pinecrest. You mean you couldn't you couldn't write some checks for some houses in East Grand Bahama? You couldn't do it in Marco City? You couldn't do it in Central? You couldn't do it in Marsh Harbor? So when you talk, the point is, we have shared responsibility to address these issues. We have shared responsibilities. And the point is, you have not yet discharged yours in 9 months.
Free time, you may continue.
My cousin Marco City stands, he seems to reinforce a point I made. Hurricane Dorian passed September 2019. 19. At that time, there were 5 members of parliament, all in the governing party in Grand Bahama, 2 from Abaco. They walked around. They had the power. They had the power. They had the power of the pen to write the check that you say we haven't written in 9 months. You had the power to write it. You cared about the people. You cared about them from September 2019.
Members.
Yeah.
Members.
Madam Speaker.
Members.
Because if I was here, I would have built one house. I would have built one house.
Madam Speaker.
Nothing.
Marco City has provided the perfect conclusion from yes, old man.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for East Grand Bahama.
Madam Speaker, we cannot allow it to remain on the record. It is inaccurate, again, for that side or the government side to say that this side did nothing. 2,800 persons were assisted by this government. 2,800 houses were assisted by this government. 2,800 persons were assisted for the home repair for Dorian. Tell us how many houses you have repaired since election. In the 9 months, how many have you repaired?
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Pinewood.
In response to the good member honourable member for East Grand Bahama, I have resisted time and time again when the DRA and its non-paying of some of our obligations in Grand Bahama. I accept the genuine plea from my classmate, Marco City, Central Grand Bahama, and East Grand Bahama. But I think we've gotten to this point now. I will not allow to stay on the record that the operations of the DRA as it deals with Grand Bahama was this situation that was so well organized or well funded. Speak on it. Or well executed. And even as we compare to Abaco, wow, which, and without trivializing Grand Bahama, experienced much more devastation, loss of life. To put bluntly, Madam Speaker, we are having serious problems. 2,600 plus people were assisted in some forms. That's what the former cabinet approved. There were some 1,100 people where there was no provisions made for their assistance. 1,100. Yes. What we are dealing with now is, one, putting together a plan of which we could prove the claims for these people's assistance, and not just figures that were placed on those values. We are talking about homes that being properly assessed. We are talking about keeping proper records. I will leave it there, Madam Speaker. I will say this: $2 million have been allocated. $2 million have been allocated, of which those 1,100 people who there was no provisions made for their assistance. We are correcting that. And I understand East Grand Bahama, Central Grand Bahama, and Marco City. They are doing what they are supposed to do. I have resisted because there's an audit that is going on with regards to how it was. I do not want to preempt.
Yeah, don't preempt.
I don't want to preempt, Madam Speaker. I have tried to be very restrained
Yes, don't
in responding, but I'm not going to let it be out there. Factually, yes, you could say you assisted X amount of people, and yes, we have not paid out. Marco City said, and it's correct, there were money challenges. That is true.
As they are now.
As they are now. But you will find out that when the report is given and we give our account of the stewardship, it will be night and day. And I say that knowing that Dorian was once in a generation storm.
Wow.
I will give that. No less than what happened with Matthew.
Yep.
We had people who would have been in the parliament previously who were subjected to the laws, very harsh laws, that was completely battered away either by the judiciary or by members of the public that came out of that instance. How this is be done by this side will be completely different, and I will leave that as that, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member for Freetown, you may continue.
As I had indicated, this intervention on the other side provides a perfect closing for my contribution to this bill, because I will not be dragged into a debate that is not scheduled. But what happens quite clearly and is demonstrated quite clearly with the all of us care. We all care about the people in Grand Bahama, about the people in Abaco. We did something about getting them closure that they were seeking. So we all cared. We brought this act, and this act will give them closure. And so we all care about a whole number of things. And where they are still outstanding, as they say, Angliston always told you all, we are fixing it. And so we will continue to fix it. And we will continue to be focused. And yes, at times we will remind you that in September we came in and met what we met, and we met the budget we met, and we will show you that we fixed it even with that. But we don't only care. This bill is an example that we also act.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Asmini?
Just the member of Freetown. Member of Freetown.
The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member of Freetown made the statement that the former administration had gutted urban renewal. Madam Speaker, urban renewal, and I don't know if you wish to qualify, but urban renewal was functioning except for the pandemic, Madam Speaker. But if we're having a total discussion about the urban renewal, in March of this year, persons were fired from urban renewal and got it, right? Persons were fired from urban renewal, and urban renewal was restructured. So let's have a larger discussion about it. And as the member would have said in his earlier part of his contribution, when we have a debate or discussion on the issue, let's put all the facts on the table so that the Bahamian people can adequately assess the information that's given.
Madam Speaker, I don't understand the rules of this debate, and the other side does it constantly, and I don't see it in any of the rules. They will stand, they will say something that is not entirely accurate about a subject matter, maybe 50% accurate, 60% accurate, and I suppose they speak for the consumption of the cameras, but at the end of the day, when we say urban renewal was gutted, and then the other side says we're restructuring it, if you change something adversely, away from what it was in 2016, 2017, where we agreed, you should expect it to be returned back to what it was. And so again, St. Barnabas, you have to be honest in debate. if you are saying now we have restructured urban renewal back to what it was when we all agreed what it was, sorry. Madam Speaker, I don't know how to turn off this is Google Assist nonsense.
It's in 2040.
But at the end of the day, they can actually know that if you change something away from what we agreed it to be, and we're putting it back, we're making it robust again. Thank you for recognizing that that is what we are doing.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
This debate is not.
Madam Speaker, other than the firing of the persons from Proceedings, what substantive change has been made to urban renewal?
Madam Speaker.
What substantive change has been made to urban renewal?
The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini. I understand.
And can we become more relevant?
Yes.
Let us focus on what the debate is.
I agree.
Debating with be raised.
It's not a debate, so therefore you can.
The members brought up on the floor, Madam Speaker.
Members,
Urban renewal was brought by the honourable member.
members. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for East Grand Bahama.
The member down had asked and raised the question about vehicles and how many vehicles we on this side. I've now been advised by the former minister that we spent close to $7 million in reference to the purchase of over 100 vehicles during our time in office. That is what I have been advised by the former minister with responsibility for national security.
As many, the Honourable Member for Yam. Oh, the Honourable Member for Central Grand Bahama. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Central Grand Bahama.
All right, thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, parliamentary colleagues, those watching from around the length and breadth of the Bahamas and the world, good afternoon. As I rise to make my contribution to this very important matter, I want to start by thanking the great residents of Central Grand Bahama, whose voices I so proudly represent in this honored house. Further, I salute all Grand Bahamians for their strength and resilience as they continue to rise above hit after hit to their way of life. And the borderline from Invictus, their heads are bloodied but unbowed. I'd like to offer condolences to the family of Ellis Russell, one of our pillars of our society in Grand Bahama, who will be funeralized this Saturday. I want to say a special hello to his children, Marvet, Sydney, Jared, and Quinn, and the rest of the family of Luanda as they lay their father to rest on Saturday at 10 a.m. I also want to send out condolences to my family and my brother-in-law and on the passing of his junior, Ted Cooper Jr., who tragically lost his life last week in an unfortunate stabbing accident in Grand Bahama. I want to recognize those survivors and Barnett and crew who survived Hurricane Dorian. They were very close. Members of the family was very close to me. Her father-in-law, Philip Thomas, who we've also lost in recent years, was my roommate in college. So I felt the pain, also having lost family members in East Grand Bahama, including your family, as well as close cousins in Marsh Harbor, Abaco. So I feel the pain when North Abaco talk, when South Abaco talk, I feel the pain because I also had personal losses. In addition to that, we lost family members in Grand Bahama. Waterkey lost our whole fishing resort, but we had to still trying to find a way to rebound and to survive. Now, on some good news, I would like to announce that this Saturday, the world famous, yes, West Grand Bahama, the world famous Central Grand Bahama Farmers Market will be celebrating its 1-year anniversary. 1-year anniversary this Saturday at 10 a.m. at the Royal Oasis ground, where we'll be having our farmers market, where we allow persons who are engage in backyard farming and other craft to sell their wares and their products on Saturday to make monies to put food on their table and to take care of whatever bills those money can assist them with. I want to congratulate Lamar Taylor, one of our swimming phenom, a new junior champion, who we recognized on Saturday at the entrance of Sunrise Subdivision. We did an unveiling of a sign that carried his name, and we have representatives from his entire community. Members from the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture, Mr. Norris Bain, showed up later on, and he also congratulated Mr. Taylor on his outstanding accomplishment. I want to say congratulations to our Bahamas national basketball team on their qualifying for the next round of the FIBA World Championship. That game will be in August, I was made to understand by the minister. So we look forward to that game, and we'll be out there in full support. I want to say best wishes to all those who are participating this weekend in the swimming nationals. There are several swimming champions from Central Grand Bahama who I will be pulling for, as well as all the athletes. I wish you Godspeed, I wish you health, and I hope that the fans and the Federation will have a good time and swimming will continue to grow to the next level. With respect to community projects, I want to thank the Pindus Point Township, the team of Nakia Hunt, Roman Lang, and the rest of them, as they seek to develop their community. On July 21st through 23rd, we'll be having a hurricane preparedness and disaster preparedness seminar in conjunction with a foreign NGO that came to the country right after Dorian. So on those 3 days, we'll be having a hurricane preparedness and disaster management seminar, and we're inviting persons from the Central Grand Bahama, as well as anywhere in Grand Bahama, to come out and be educated on procedures in terms of management and recovery. In Williams and Russelltown, we will be repairing their community center. I've already secured quite a bit of plywood and ice and water shield, and we should be starting that project, the repair of that community center, in a few days, and hopefully by this Christmas, we'll be commissioning that very important center for the further growth of the community of Williams and Russelltown. Madam Speaker, this evidence amendment bill under debate seeks to offer provisions for a tragic experience that Bahamians will never and shall never forget. When Hurricane Dorian hit our shores on September 1st, 2019, it was like nothing we had ever seen before. Bahamians who had lived through the likes of Hurricane Andrew, Francis, Jane, and Wilma spoke of how this time it was completely different. Our Met Department and emergency management professionals first warned of the system days before it developed into a hurricane and in the days leading up to the storm's landfall. Residents in the danger areas were warned, urged, and even begged to evacuate prior to and take shelter in the shelters provided. In some areas like our beloved East Grand Bahama, no matter where you went, the worst was inevitable. We knew that rescuing during the passage of a storm such as this would not only prove difficult, but also put our officers, agencies, and volunteers at risk. On Grand Bahama, we remember all too well how it felt when Dorian stalled over our beautiful island for 2 days, just beating the residents mercilessly as they hid in attics and rooftops and begged for rescue. And as West Grand Bahama said, somewhere in trees. I had a cousin who stayed in a mango tree in High Rock, Mr. Young Baloo, 2 days, holding on for their life, but survived. We heard horror stories of high storm surges swallowing whole homes and strong wind wiping out buildings. Churches that were serving as shelters collapsed and trapped victims underneath the rubble. I remember that happening in Abaco, fortunately. And when some of the victims were finally found, their bodies were reportedly already in various stages of decomposition due to the elements. We will never again think of hurricanes the same after Hurricane Dorian. Some experts said, given the intensity of the storm, it will have been difficult for anyone to survive, inside or outside, in those conditions. So Barry and crew, you're a miracle. You survive. Dorian not only destroyed homes, buildings, and generators of memories, or generations of memories, but took countless of lives still unaccounted for. Mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers were last seen being swept away by the surge of, or worse, buried beneath rubbles. And yet, the ones who bear to the burden of survival are still haunted by the memories of Dorian and the sharp pain of loss. Madam Speaker, I understand how they hurt because I too have family members, like I said earlier, in East Grand Bahama and Abaco, who have not been seen since that fateful week. I saw the devastation with my own eyes, and I lived through it. I remember before the all clear was given, I was indicated by East Grand Bahama, myself, along with the now leader member of Parliament for Marco City, were over the bridge, pulling survivors out of the water. Fortunately for me, I had a wetsuit, because I am from Waterkey, so I didn't know about diving and fishing. I put my wetsuit on. But he was there in his T-shirt and just regular clothes, being beaten mercilessly by the elements. But we stayed there to help as best as we can. Frankly, had it not been for those volunteers who risked their lives to help those in need, there's no doubt the death toll would have been even a lot worse. I once again want to send a special thank you to all of the brave volunteers who risked their lives to help their fellow Bahamians. When the storm calmed, Bahamians took to flooded streets with their trucks, boats, and jet skis and rescued hundreds of Bahamians trapped in their homes. They cleared roads and carried bodies and more. Going beyond the call of patriotism, we can never truly thank them enough for their selflessness. In the aftermath of the storm, the Bahamas also received aid from droves of international organizations and NGOs. From the Samaritan's Purse, the Red Cross, the World Central Kitchen, and countries from across the world, we continue to thank you for your contributions to our recovery and restoration. Now the bill. Madam Speaker, we cannot understate the importance of this piece of legislation. We cannot overstate, yes. This amendment bill is not just, that's the point of order just now, it should be overstate, not understate. This amendment bill is not just literally a matter of life and death, but one of human decency. Yeah. I have no, as was said earlier by my colleagues, no objections at all to the bill. This bill seeks to add a new section to the Evidence Act, which currently requires a 7-year period before anyone can be declared dead in absentia by the court. The new provision will provide for the presumption of death where a person has not been heard or seen from for 2 years or more in circumstances of peril, which includes a natural disaster such as a hurricane. I believe the addition of this amendment will provide some closure to some of the families of those Dorian victims. A death certificate is needed to have access to one's bank account, as was stated earlier, insurance policies, and more. It also helps the grieving process. So how do we expect those people to heal when they are still fighting this burden of proof? Madam Speaker, in the aftermath of the hurricane, the IDB estimated $3.4 billion, with a B, dollars in loss and damage caused in the northern Bahamas. And that was only an estimate. The Minister administration saw the carnage and immediately jumped into action. Yes, we cleared millions of metric tons of debris from storm sites and provided food and shelter assistance. We formed a special ministry, of which I was the first minister, to focus specifically on restoration and recovery of storm-ravaged areas and deployed several initiatives for storm victims. The government implemented the Special Economic Recovery Zone, or the CERT, for Grand Bahama and Abaco to provide hundreds of millions in VAT and duty exemptions to aid in the rebuilding and restoration of impacted communities. We also provided housing and housing assistance for repairs and building. Restoration and growth plans were being put in motion, but less than 6 months later, this is what we had to deal with. The Bahamas and the entire world at large was hit by the COVID-19 pandemic. And this is important because when Hurricane Dorian hit, the world was able to come to our aid. But when the pandemic hit, everybody had to take care of their own well-being. Countries could no longer come to help us. We were on our own. That was a major challenge. I must admit, at that time, the focus had to shift. And as a result of the state of emergency and mitigation protocols in place, many things could not happen as we would have hoped in the timing we would have wished. In March 2020, as COVID-19 had just begun to creep in our shores, the remains of 54 Hurricane Dorian victims were buried during a remembrance service on Abaco. And yes, I was there. To my understanding, the graves were labeled with reference to DNA samples taken from all of those victims for further DNA matching and identification possibilities. Yes, sir, I was there. I was in Abaco for the ceremony. I was there with the family, and it was said that families were not allowed into the graveyard, but we already cleared it up. I will stay focused. Due to the worldwide shutdown of borders, restrictions of free movement, and the suspense of normalcy that followed from Dorian was compounded by a burgeoning healthcare crisis. Remember, I'm an athlete, I know how to stay focused. Even court operations were reduced due to social distancing protocols. Despite this, truth be told, the minister administration sought to bring some relief and expedite the process of families still reeling from Dorian. Between April and May last year, the Attorney General granted permissions for a coroner's inquest to take place without a jury. Facts. I read the testimonies in the news of officers, pathologists, and relatives of Dorian victims recounting their experience and the last time they saw or spoke to their loved ones. Devastating stories. By the end of the inquest, Coroner Jeannie Weech Gomez, yes, the article is here, declared 22 of the missing Dorian victims dead and ordered death certificate be produced for them. One pathologist testified, yes, and I have the document, I can table it. One pathologist testified that 59 human remains were recovered between September 10th, 2019 and March 9th, 2020, which included 50 adults, six children, and 3 with unknown ages. The cause of death for half of the victims were listed as likely drowning, and the rest still remain unknown. Even more tragic, the vast majority of victims were not identifiable. With the official death toll still, I believe, Rich referred to the number this morning at 74, we fear that just like Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans, unfortunately, we will never know the true number of victims lost. That's sad, but we will never know the true numbers. Now, as climate change deepens and hurricanes like Dorian become more frequent, we as a nation and people must be prepared. We must move swiftly because this is an existential crisis, existential crisis, yes. And I think y'all need to be bringing me some water on a regular basis. As Madam Speaker, I have no doubt that this amendment will be needed in future generations as we prepare to see more frequent and ferocious Category 5 and beyond storm. You know, Hurricane Dorian was not referred to as Category 5, but as Category Hell. We knew that in the aftermath of the devastating Hurricane Dorian and newly discovered novel coronavirus, the need was great across the archipelago. We moved to implement several initiatives to keep the fiscal gain we had over the previous years. Yes, the minister administration took the country from a decade of no growth to a consecutive period of economic growth prior to Hurricane Dorian and the pandemic. 2 years later, and we are just now seeing the cloud lift on this pandemic. But the Bahamas is still battling multiple crises simultaneously, from the economy to healthcare, education, food security, and crime. There are still homes, and this is referred to by Parent Rich and others, still homes to be rebuilt and repaired in storm-ravaged areas on Grand Bahama and Abaco, and the mental and emotional impact and pain from all the losses is still indeed very strong. We are also now in a new hurricane season. We are in a new hurricane season. I want to emphasize that again. We are in a new hurricane season. And we are all holding our breaths until November, praying to Almighty God that no terrible storms will hit our shores. And that is one of the reasons why in my constituency, as I stated earlier, July 21st to July 23rd, we are having a training seminar, hurricane preparedness seminar, because every family should have an evacuation plan. Every family should have emergency numbers at hand. Every family should be ready in the event. So training is very important. It's not something that you can just take as a fly-by-night happenstance. We couldn't prepare for Dorian, but let us do the best that we can to put some sort of plan and strategy in place for ourselves and our family. In this regard, I urge residents across the Bahamas to prepare themselves seriously for this season. Clear the debris in your yard, trim trees, secure flying objects, and identify safe means for evacuation and shelter. Additionally, secure your important documents in waterproof containers, stock up on batteries and other goods, and ensure your homes are up to the building code. While serving in the last administration, I oversaw a very important review of the Bahamas building code, or the country's building code, in the aftermath of Hurricane Dorian, and a detailed report of changes, updates, and recommendations were made. I look forward to the New Day government putting these recommendations into effect to support the era of climate change and adverse weather events. We understand and acknowledge that governments are continuous, and we want them to succeed. Because when you succeed, not everybody wins, everybody succeeds. Madam Speaker, I once again applaud the residents of Grand Bahama and Abaco for their continued strength over the past 2 years. I pray that this amendment will be the start of a resolution for many Dorian victims, and ask God continue to guide the souls of those lost. I am continually honored and grateful for this responsibility to be a representative for the people of Central Grand Bahama. I will continue to do my part to advance our country forward, upward, onward, together. As always, official opposition is here to provide bipartisan support for this New Day government. As stated earlier, I stand in full support of this bill. Central Grand Bahama, rest. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Yamacraw.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks again, Madam Speaker. It is with immense pleasure that I stand here today to speak in this honorable House. I am acutely aware that it is only through the grace of God that I am privileged to stand here today. I am ever mindful that my presence in this honorable House is one that has been granted to me by the good people of Yamakra to serve the citizens of that community and by extension, the citizens of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I acknowledge the support of my beautiful wife and my wonderful children and family, thanking them for their patience and strength as always, and their encouragement as I carry out my work as a Member of Parliament and a Minister of State. Madam Speaker, I stand here as a proud representative of my constituency and as a member of a hard-working team known as the Davis-Cooper administration. This amendment bill is further evidence that of an administration that truly has compassion and that has a soul and that has a heart for the Bahamian people. Madam Speaker, protecting children and getting them fully back into the classroom is vital for their survival after natural disasters such as hurricanes and for our own survival. Around the world, 37 million children have their education disrupted each year because of environmental threats. Tsunamis, floods, and storms are amongst disasters that have led to schools being destroyed or damaged and closed and left inaccessible. Madam Speaker, the impact of natural disasters around the world has left nations with significant number of economic damages and deaths. According to the Food and Agriculture Organization, or FAO, between 2003 and 2013 alone, the damages from disasters add up to about $1.5 trillion. Additionally, more than 1 million people were killed and over 2 billion people affected by these disasters. Each year, disasters have a major impact on our children, our youth, and our education system globally. Studies show children around the world react similarly to disasters despite differences in cultures and resources. It is important that we continually utilize these studies and conduct our own research within our communities to ensure that we are doing what is best for our nation's future. Madam Speaker, if education is supported before, during, and after a disaster, it can save lives, protect children, and benefit whole communities and countries. Schools can have a catalytic effect on strengthening humanitarian effectiveness, reducing vulnerabilities, and supporting risk mitigations for future hazards. Additionally, while the cost of education in emergency interventions can be high, such costs can be minimized with investments to ensure that national education systems are less vulnerable and local schools are better prepared to bounce back from crisis and return children to learning as soon as possible. Madam Speaker, as a delegate to the third Caribbean Safe School Forum for Ministers held last week in St. Martin, our ministry has been able to follow the lead of our dynamic Prime Minister and member for Cat Island, Ron Key, and San Salvador to voice the impact of disasters in our schools and to our systems, and agree to jointly tackle the effects of these regional disasters by offering support to each other while sharing best practices for resilient school infrastructure and school safety. Madam Speaker, psychologically, the impact of natural disasters can hinder students' ability to perform well in school. After natural disasters, survivors are shown and have shown symptoms similar to post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD, which can last up to 5 years following the disaster and decrease their academic performance. Dorian was only 3 years ago. Through research, one can conclude that our students in Grand Bahama and Abaco can potentially still suffer and be suffering from PTSD. Madam Speaker, children caught in natural disasters can suffer from trauma and bereavement far longer than adults realize. And this can affect not only how well they perform at school, but also the trajectory of their lives. Floodwaters eventually recede, power is restored, buildings are repaired, and daily routines begin again, but many children struggle, finding it difficult to concentrate, do schoolwork, and sleep. Some are afraid to leave home, fearfully that something will happen to them or their families. During their attendance to school, some will act out, leading to possible disciplinary actions, detentions, suspensions, and even expulsion, while others have extreme difficulty concentrating. Adults don't always see how children react internally and expect them to bounce back quickly when routines are started, but the effects can linger years after a disaster. Studies have found that it took several years after Hurricane Katrina, as referenced earlier by a good member, for children who went through the storm to see a lessening of post-traumatic stress and depression symptoms. Numerous studies and reports have shown how parents can pass down mental health disorders on children and how behavioral and emotional patterns can have a lasting impact on childhood development. The domino effect of neglect, hardship, and loss can have lasting effects on people, communities, and all aspects of countries like our own. Though it is often said that our children are flexible and get used to living in difficult conditions, in many cases, they don't, Madam Speaker. Communities still have ongoing challenges to rebuild. We know that many people have died at the hand of Dorian, and their grief related to that. Evidence of those persons and examples of some of them are here today, and I commend them for being courageous to show up and to support, and also to understand that the government is here for them, and we'll do all that we can to continually help them. They have children, Madam Speaker. Their children don't easily get over it. They don't forget. They don't go back to the way it was before. Research indicates academic performance and graduation rates drop dramatically after disasters. Madam Speaker, resources such as manpower and overall monetary funding to assist those affected are desperately needed. Dorian was only one storm that still raises fear in many of the victims because of its intensity when spoken about. With climate change and sea level rise, we can see globally communities are being affected and displaced. We need to prepare for the future today. There are accounts from teachers and administrators who have recalled students who transferred to the capital, other islands, or even remain on either of their affected islands, and they are still terrified when there's rainstorm, lightning, and thunder. They still live through the trauma of almost 3 years ago. This still haunts them. Madam Speaker, assessment studies conducted at Texas A&M University show there's a clear linkage between natural disasters, child labor, and education. Natural disasters are external shocks that disrupt the lives of families, at times forcing children to assist in income-generating activities to compensate for the loss. Following a natural disaster, high dropout rates may be due to children being pressured or forced by their parents to choose work over school and education. Damage to infrastructure caused by natural disasters decrease availability and increases costs of attending school for many children. Just imagine the relief that will be given to affected families in this aspect by rescuing the future of their children and children in their care. Madam Speaker, in addition, destroyed school buildings also have detrimental effects on scholarly achievement. Students who attend public schools are heavily damaged from natural disasters, are found to have lower test scores. Studies consistently find that natural disasters have larger negative impact on lower income family communities. In poorer households where the families cannot support themselves after natural disaster, children are less likely to go to school. Madam Speaker, The child's academic journey can be negatively affected by hurricanes, which are the major natural disasters that affect the islands of the Bahamas. It is crucial for governments with the assistance of NGOs and aid organizations to make rebuilding school infrastructure a priority after hurricanes. A lack of education can have long-term effects on economic resilience of households and collectively hinder the development of school-aged children. Madam Speaker, subsidies need to be provided to vulnerable groups. Some studies recognize that most vulnerable groups after natural disasters are children ages 15 to 18 who are in households of lower income areas. Therefore, all children, especially children in lower income areas, should be provided with the necessary assistance to ensure that they are able to overcome hardships and traumas of natural disaster. We need to better identify the needs of our children, including those with special needs, before disaster strikes, and develop short and long-term recovery plans to address their housing, education, health, and mental health needs. Madam Speaker, findings also show countries such as Indonesia have had a turnaround time of about 30 days of an emergency to provide children with learning opportunities. This includes providing temporary learning spaces in a protective and safe environment, ensuring that school children receive vital services like vaccinations, medicines, child protection referrals, hygiene messaging, soap distribution, and access to clean water and good food. The objective of government in these circumstances should be to ensure a return to normality and routine for our children. It also gives their parents the space and time needed to grieve, build new shelters, recover their possessions, and find employment if necessary. Madam Speaker, with proper planning, providing education for our children is highly possible. We have a set hurricane season, and a positive part about our archipelago is that not all islands are affected by the storm at the same time in many cases. We can use this to our advantage. Madam Speaker, in education emergencies is guided by three principles: protection, continuity, and building back better. Protection involves helping children both physically and psychologically when they are caught up in emergencies. Continuity ensures education continues or restarts quickly during crisis in order to prevent dropouts and safeguard gains already made in education. The principle of Build Back Better is viewed as a window of opportunity to change the situation for the better. This includes, for example, adopting best practices in terms of school building structure and curriculum improvements when necessary. Madam Speaker, our emergency preparedness plan should be extended across our educational system. We have forged alliances with many of our regional counterparts to ensure our resiliency and responsiveness reaches to the highest level of efficiency. The suffering experienced by so many in Albuquerque and Grand Bahama cannot be overstated. These families' losses have been compounded by their long sufferings and frustrations. Madam Speaker, I am sure with the passing of this new bill, we will do well by our Bahamian people, especially our young people and our school children. Education is the key, and when we place it at the forefront of importance, so will our children. When we survey the extent of loss in education, it equates to the possibility of the loss of a generation. We cannot and will not let this happen. The good member for Angleton and the Minister of Education and Technical and Vocational Training has echoed the need for all hands on deck, especially when it comes to educating our children and our education recovery. This means that every little or substantive intervention we must take to relieve the suffering of our people, because the passing of this bill is substantially a step in the right direction. Madam Speaker, I am still elated and honored to be a part of a team to execute our vision for the progress and change in the Bahamas, positive change. I am grateful for the opportunity to serve, and I am determined to make a positive difference in the constituency of Yamoussoukro and this great nation. May God bless the people of Yamoussoukro, and may God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Yamoussoukro supports this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Marco City. Thank you for that wonderful lunch, Marco City.
Pleasure, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd first like to express my gratitude to God for this opportunity to lend my voice in support of the residents in Grand Bahama in general, but Marco City in particular, and to wish Bahamians everywhere a happy independence. This is a special time in the life of our country as we reflect on the challenges we have had to overcome as a nation and the opportunities that we have seized along the way, and to join with other Bahamians who are committed to country before party, to ensuring that we are our sisters and brothers keepers while we also act in our self-interest. I wish, Madam Speaker, to also say to the residents of Marco City that it is my intention to hold office hours at the regular time, and to say a special congratulations to all of the newly elected executives in Marco City. And by the grace of God, if we're out in sufficient time, I will join you in your first meeting. Madam Speaker, this is a very difficult time in the life of our country. Bahamians from all walks of life are experiencing substantial difficulties. And while no one administration has a monopoly on good ideas or is responsible for us being where we are, because after all, the nation-building exercise is a shared exercise. All of us have a responsibility and a role to play in building our country. What is true is that every 5 years, or as we have learned in some cases sooner, the population chooses who they believe is best to manage the affairs of the country. So, Madam Speaker, the responsibility for the management of the national affairs of this country falls to the members of the Progressive Liberal Party at this time. What is true, Madam Speaker, is that governments are continuous.
You don't need permission to go there.
And therefore, it is expected that every administration that comes in will build on sensible programs that have been established before, and where there have been shortcomings in the past, that they would pivot in a different direction and set a new course for our country. Madam Speaker, we have been resolute on this side in not seeking to make any excuses for missteps, misstatements, or any ill-advised decisions. And if anyone makes any decision in their personal life or in their corporate responsibility, we've also said that we are a country of laws and support the application of such laws. So when members opposite seek to deflect from what is their present responsibility, which is to govern the country, and throw jazz on the other side, we simply make the point that where you are minded to engage us and other stakeholders in this shared responsibility to build this country, we join and stand with you. And where you decide to go it a different way, or to make unilateral decisions as if others' opinion do not matter, or that we have nothing of worth to contribute, then we are prepared to speak boldly and without fear or favoritism, we intend to hold you accountable. Madam Speaker, the bill that we are discussing today, the amendment to the Evidence Act, we support. We believe that it is absolutely necessary to assist families who require closure, to provide the legal mechanism to ensure that they are able to transact business on behalf of their families and to bring relief to children especially, but to the entire family who are having challenges. Madam Speaker, the member for East Grand Bahama, I think, have made the case that there are some families, even independent of this bill, who have already received assistance by virtue of taking a number of steps as advised by, in some cases, their attorneys, by law enforcement and others. They have been able to accomplish the same end. However, Madam Speaker, we believe that this exercise tidies up what is desired by many residents who need assistance in getting the required document to make important decisions on behalf of their family. And so we stand with this administration, as we have indicated previously, when decisions are being made that are in the best interest of our people, we intend to support. Madam Speaker, let me say once again what I've said consistently while in opposition, as well as when we were in government. I've been consistent, Madam Speaker, for certainly at least 2 decades in my public utterances, that no one political organization has a monopoly on caring for the Bahamian people, or to take it a step further, or having the ability to make wise decisions that benefit the Bahamian people. All of us, I believe, we care, and at varying degrees, we are effective in improving the lives of the people that we serve. Madam Speaker, the risk we run when we do the kind of politics that this administration is doing is that we are trapped in a cycle of comparison in a way that can become unhealthy, because when we come in here, we spend less time facing the urgency of the moment and instead trying to simply defend, and that does not provide the kind of solutions required for the people that we serve. So, Madam Speaker, this administration has spent an inordinate amount of time seeking to make the point that they are, and to paraphrase, they're really the only doers. They don't merely talk about change, oftentimes mouthing much of the same things that have been said by previous administrations, but that they do. When the reality is, Madam Speaker, a cursory glance at our history would indicate that some of the very things they accuse the former administration of, that they and some of their members who are still in this place sat there while many decisions have been made that some have argued were not in the best interests of the Bahamian people. Madam Speaker, I was in Grand Bahama on the ground with persons who supported various political organizations in 2016 in the aftermath of Matthew. And prior to that, Madam Speaker, when I was in New Providence, there have been other hurricanes. In fact, there were 2 previous ones that hit Grand Bahama before Matthew, when the members opposite, when their organization was in power. Madam Speaker, I will not take an inordinate amount of time to lay on the public record, but just really very briefly to make the point that in the wake of those disasters, we've had hotels that have never reopened. We've had thousands of residents whose lives were irreversibly changed for the worse. Many of them left Grand Bahama. Our critical mass as a community was reduced because of conditions on the ground. And so there is a need for us to collectively find a way in the course of trying to stimulate the economy to talk about the structural adjustments that need to happen, and happen in a way that we can attract Grand Bahamians who are all over the world who wish to return home, but because of the state of the economy are not in a position to do so. Madam Speaker, after Matthew, the side opposite was exceptionally slow, Madam Speaker, in responding to the cries and the needs of residents. And Madam Speaker, again, many of those residents, even when help came, when help came, it was often too late to remedy the situations that they were in. Some lost hope early and left. Some got vouchers, Madam Speaker, after others had come and helped them. Well, Madam Speaker, the most unfortunate thing about it is that this is not confined to the Progressive Liberal Party. In my estimation, Madam Speaker, we ought to have moved faster after Dorian. Again, having lived Matthew, we were in a position to see those of us who live this, who aren't merely political commentators of the reality people face, but who live this. We can tell when there's a need for a greater sense of urgency. So, Madam Speaker, I'm going to pause there because what I do not want to do is spend an inordinate amount of time answering statements and bombing on the desk that support erroneous statements about how effective administrations have been over time. Because the reality is, and people on the ground know, that both administrations have often come up wanting in the aftermath of natural disasters. So in much the same way that this side opposite do not have a monopoly on good ideas and care for the Bahamian people and capacity to execute, nor do we claim to have a monopoly on the same. So, Madam Speaker, I come to this debate, and all of us share some responsibility in terms of where we are as a country. And I've said before that many new members, and this is not meant to be an insult, but just to be instructive, for it's a lesson that I learned, that many times you come in and you are exuberant to be in this place, and we should feel privileged that God has granted us this rare privilege, and the Bahamian people have hoisted us on their shoulder so that we could be the champion for their issues, not our aggrandizement. Madam Speaker, we have an awesome task, and the task is so great that neither political organization unilaterally can carry this load. Hence, there are times that we need to find a common approach to what is a national problem. Fighting in the aftermath of Dorian is such an occasion, $3.4 billion that we lost as an economy, because 2 of the 3 economic centers of our country were taken offline. So the Northern Bahamas, Abaco and Grand Bahama, Bimini, we were taken offline. $3.4 billion. Had it happened in New Providence, we'd still be picking up the pieces even more so. That was quickly followed by a 3.4 or so billion hit as it relates to the pandemic. So these are very serious blows that we receive. And so the challenges were real. So when you ask the question, how is it that in some varying degree you can impact 26 or 2,800 households and not get to the rest? Well, we don't print money. That's the reality. And this administration has now found out, now that they are in the chair, in control of the Treasury, the public purse, that they too, despite their best efforts, despite the brilliance that they indicate that they have the heart for the people and the ability to execute, they too are having difficulties. That's why a number of ministers continue to wait for funds to arrive in their particular ministry to address the issues that their supporters and other Bahamians are crying out to them to make a difference. And that's why urban renewal, realizing that we are not growing this economy at the percentage required to absorb the unemployment, is creating employment by replacing who they believe to be F&Ms with some PLPs. That's why. Because economic growth is not taking care of it. What we're doing is switching out Bahamians. That old tired politics that both sides on varying degrees have engaged in. So Madam Speaker, in my view, this is the moment. This is the moment for us to grow up as Bahamian policymakers and decide that on bills like this, we come in and we say our piece. We are about improving the plight of our people. We're going to help to bring closure. But let us not overplay our hands or overrepresent the nature of what we're doing. Because while we are helping to smooth the way, there's still an issue of the productivity of our service. In other words, having passed this bill, we have to make sure that there's efficiency in the system, that families now armed with a new piece of legislation are able to go to the requisite or the relevant ministries and get the kind of service at the speed required in order for them to do the business that's necessary on behalf of their people. So, Madam Speaker, we stand with the government on this matter, but we want them to stand with the Bahamian people because there is still much work left undone for persons who were afflicted by Dorian. I live in a community that did not suffer the level of devastation in some parts of Abaco and some parts of East Grand Bahama. But I can tell you that in many of the communities, there are rows of houses where people have not yet returned. In Marco City, there are instances where you will find homes that you knock on the door and you'd have to look closer to realize right after the people haven't returned. Because 4 feet of water made a difference in whether people stayed or they left. Right now, there are many families who still don't have appliances. So we ran an appliance replacement program. We touched in Marco City more than 100 families and in other constituencies as well. Because ours under us is true under your administration, that social services has been under-resourced and is woefully slow in the execution because many times even staff members are constrained by virtue of conditions under which they work and the nature of how we distribute money from the Treasury to the end user, the Bahamian people. These are real issues that no amount of bombing on the table is going to fix. What is going to help is for us to compare notes, to benefit from input, handover notes from each other so that we can fix that, because far too many Bahamians do not benefit from social services in the way that they ought to, or from urban renewal, or from other programs. And Madam Speaker, while we're on the subject of urban renewal, it is untrue. It may be politically cute, it may elicit some, again, additional bombing on the table, but the truth of the matter is urban renewal was not gutted. I challenge the Minister of State, to lay on the table of this House the report that was prepared. And if they disagree with the very report that they have, they ought to indicate by page and paragraph where they differ from what their technical staff that's holding their hand right now have indicated in the report. So this notion that we are where we are in terms of escalating violence because we have canceled all initiatives that could have contributed to the transformation of young people's lives. Therefore, the 14-year-old who's now a shotter at 19, who's now hired by some gangster to go and take out somebody else, is a result because the FNM canceled all of the functional programs. Madam Speaker, if I was speaking patois for a moment, I would have said lie, never tell, but I would not. I would only say that what they have said is inaccurate. It is misleading. It is not true. Madam Speaker, I've asked in the press that the minister with responsibility for national security should indicate which programs have been canceled. But before I get ahead of myself, let me just comment on urban renewal. In this place, and those that advise us, those that text us, that write white papers for us or in conjunction with us. We have some exceptional Bahamians who are as brilliant as anyone else anywhere else. Surely we must honor this wisdom that God has given us to go long instead of tinkering around the edges. Madam Speaker, urban renewal is a shadow of what it should be. We are extolling a program as if it is just so incredibly transformation. I accept, Madam Speaker, that urban renewal has two broad functions. One, it is about the physical transformation of the livable areas in our communities. The second is it's a transformation of the human condition. So much of what we talk about in here, whether it's under us or whether it's under the Progressive Liberal Party, we're talking about some of the programs that we put in place. Programs, Madam Speaker, that most of these ministers are already running in their ministry. So we are duplicating a bunch of programs because everybody's fighting for relevance and the oxygen that's available. But Madam Speaker, urban renewal at its essence, this is what we ought to be doing. We ought to be looking at the over-the-hill community, for example, or inner city areas, whether it's in New Providence, and the way we are doing national development. We will need urban renewal on almost every family island because the same misdevelopment in New Providence is what we are reproducing family island by family island. Refusal to follow proper town planning and land use policies that will make sense. So, Madam Speaker, urban renewal this is what should happen. There should be at least, let's take a snapshot of any corner. And I live through Benny. I live through Key West Street, through Florida Court, through Jenny Street, through Washington Street, through 7th Street, the Grove. Pick any or all of those corners, Madam Speaker. When urban renewal touch any of those corners, there should be a simple 2 sets of pictures, before and after. So if urban renewal hit my old Key West Street, what should be on the other side of that street encounter with urban renewal? Well, obviously there should be a transformation of homes. There shouldn't be 6 homes in a very narrow property, unregulated development. It isn't just Carmichael Road and Gladstone Road or Lightfoot Key on the tip. It's also through these side corners where we're not applying the rules that the member for Fort Charlotte will talk about through Ministry of Works. There should be, again, Madam Speaker, potable water, not people using latrines in the back of their yard or throwing it out with a slub bucket as we did back in the day. Urban renewal should really be about the full transformation of these, all of these corners where young men and women are gathering, negotiating life and death issues. And because of the conditions oftentimes that they come from, it's like zero for them to pursue getting rich or making some money by any means necessary. Madam Speaker, it's about removing these derelict vehicles and dilapidated houses and overgrown property where contraband and guns and people who evade the police, where they hide or run through. Madam Speaker, urban renewal is about transforming from the top of the Fort Hill all the way down to Robinson Road, from Nassau Street all the way over to Kemp Road. Then we could come in here and bomb the desk because maybe we have something to celebrate or be proud of that we've done something transformational. But this whole business of taking that 600 square foot house, transforming it into an 800 square foot home, getting little children out of school where they should be studying, the big band is playing and we are patting ourselves on the back. Look what we've done with the urban renewal band. And then we get 4 ministers of the gospel out of their church to come and pray. One do the benediction, one do the invocation, and 2 in the middle doing something. And then we have 4 ministers of government. And we believe we've done a big thing. So let's take 2 of those 600 square foot houses and change them. Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, all we have done, is it a point of order?
The Honourable Member for West Grand Bahama and
Madam
Bimini.
Speaker, the member appears to be dismissive of the urban renewal program. The reality, Madam Speaker, is...
Sorry, Madam Speaker, that's not a point of order.
Well, no, I wish to comment. I wish to comment. The point of order is that you are misleading. You are undermining the urban renewal program, the dignity of the program, and you're misrepresenting what the urban renewal program is, Madam Speaker, because all that he spoke about, Madam Speaker, I'm sure that he heard in the context of our speech about urban renewal, what its program is to be, and all the development of it. And when he spoke about what program was dismissed, the band was dismissed. Yeah. You didn't have the band. Wow. And that same booklet you talk about does not have the band in it. Same booklet he keeps referring to, but lay it on the table, I will lay it on the table. I will lay it on the table, not now. I will lay it on the table. I'll lay it on the table, Madam Speaker, but for him to be dismissive of urban renewal, but Madam Speaker, I don't want to debate that today. That's not the debate today. The relevance of with discussing something much more significant today. We will get to urban renewal and we must. But the program that we have right now, Madam Speaker, is very comprehensive. The minister responsible is doing an excellent job, and we will cause for transformation of these same communities.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Madam Speaker,
you may proceed.
Madam Speaker, let me just try to restate the point, Madam Speaker. This is not a dismissal of urban renewal. This is a call for the Free National Movement, for the Progressive Liberal Party, and for anyone else who wishes to lead the country to have a deeper ambition of the kind of country we can construct. So it is not about tinkering around the edges, that after every 5 years, every corner, from the Fort Hill to Robinson Road, from Nassau Street all the way to Kemp Road is fundamentally the same. Because if that is the kind of leadership both sides are going to provide, then the public needs to rethink the kinds of leadership that they organize. So this is not anything personal to your leadership. So it was not a critique of the existing. It is a critique of all of what we have been doing, that we are falling short. We need to go long. We need to have greater ambitions for where our people ought to go. And so, Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, we should be about the business of transformation. So we can't make, for example, the amendment to the Evidence Act as if we have just hit a home run. What we have done is we have incrementally improved the condition of our people, because every family that lost someone, Bain and Grantstown, they still need intervention from mental health services in order to help them cope. Some children, including my own, who've been in the water, also need some intervention from health professionals to determine some of the allergies that have occurred, some of the bacterial infections that affect children. So this is not a home run. What it is an incremental move in the right direction, which we support. But we should be honest with our people about the gravity of what we face and the enormity of the work that must be done going forward. And so, Madam Speaker, permit me to pivot just for a few minutes. We meet at a time when we've lost 75, I believe there may have been one additional homicide, possibly 76 of our citizens. We wish to offer caution. We believe, again, to the point by Freetown, that crime is a social construct. But more importantly, it is a reflection of our spiritual condition as a people that's manifested in the ways that it's manifested. But let's be real. None of us have the luxury, since we have fought to be elected, to now walk away from our responsibility in this place to provide leadership. And a part of the leadership is that we need focused leadership that is attentive to the day-to-day cries of our people. And we ought to be coming in Parliament, even though there are bills that have been laid and we have a legislative agenda, we should be able to pivot when necessary to address the urgent matters that face us. So if we say we are concerned about gender violence, domestic violence, we're concerned about the attacks on our children, etc., then our legislative agenda should in large measure show how we are pivoting to address these things, the things that may have been on the back burner, we move it forward. And so, Madam Speaker, one of the concerns we have is that, and I've said this even when in government, and I've circulated to all of you the article to demonstrate that I've been consistent. There has to be a sense of urgency. Forgive me, Madam Speaker, for giving the example again. Every time ahead of hurricanes, we put out notices, tropical storm warnings, and we get into hurricane watch, etc. The public is then clear that the government is preparing, along with other stakeholders, for a hurricane that is coming. And we do a variety of things, from public service announcements, from preparing the appropriate facilities, preparing the appropriate infrastructure and ecosystem to face what could be a catastrophe. We are having a hurricane of violence at the moment in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and there is no indication, well, let me be more measured. There is insufficient indication that this administration is preparing for the hurricane of violence that we are in the midst of. So if conflict resolution is, no, you didn't create it. You didn't create the dysfunction in the relationship that caused a young man to want to kill another young man for a female who will end up being with none of them. However, are we sending out any public service announcements? Are we empowering those agencies, NGOs, and faith-based so that they are able to intervene? That they could go in areas where people are negotiating life and death issues and become the violence interrupter. That could speak sense into a young man's heart so that he doesn't objectify a female and believe he owns her because he spent a couple dollars on her. Are we talking about anger management and the shame families feel because of issues that they experience? Again, this should be so pervasive in the society if we believe that a significant segment of the 75 or 76 persons who've lost their life, it's related to that. There is very little indication. You know what they perceive? They perceive that we're comfortable. What they see on Facebook and Instagram is us flossing, profiling. We in first class and we live in large. Eat your heart out. This me now. What they see is us living a life of privilege. Us, myself included, walking sometimes, that's why I try to wait on them lines unless I'm late. They see us living a life of privilege, but them, they're in different circumstances. Madam Speaker, there's an absence of this sense of urgency. I went to one briefing, the deputy and myself. It was a crime briefing. It was not a conclave. There was no meaningful, deep discussion and ongoing discussion about the role that different stakeholders could play in terms of addressing crime in our community. It's a multidimensional problem that requires a multidimensional approach. You are elected, we were elected, you are now elected to manage the various stakeholders and do so in a way that we are all working on this common problem. There is an orgy of violence, and the deaths that we now record is merely one dimension of the indication. What? No. Focus. So here's the issue. How many more young men and women are maimed? How many more lives are destroyed, though the persons have not died? So, Madam Speaker, we have a real, serious issue. Let's expand the CTV initiative. Let's work with the judiciary to make sure that we can clear out the backlog. I mean, again, if we are allocating money in the budget, again, let's go ahead and hire a lot more lawyers, magistrates, so that we can adjudicate matters that are lingering for eternity. We have a case coming up that's very important that we can't find a magistrate to oversee the case. I mean, people know we playing games. They know we're not serious because we know we could find a magistrate for whichever case we choose to find a magistrate to hear. No, I'm there already. I'm there already. We could find careful, the Bible says be careful for nothing, but in all things through prayer and supplication, make your requests known unto God. And what I pray for is that we would work in the common interest of the Bahamian people. Madam Speaker, too many lives are being lost. And listen, I said before, if we aren't outraged by what's happening, maybe we are contributors to the rage that exists. And Madam Speaker, there is an absence of urgency in this administration. An absence of urgency. Urgency is what allows you to work long hours. And I expressed then, when I was in the chair, the same thing. So no amount of snickering is going to change that, Madam Speaker. One of the things, Madam Speaker, we attended, Madam Speaker, the transition of police officer. This administration is now putting the officers in an awkward position, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister is duty-bound to explain what motivated his settlement of the Financial Secretary, what motivated the settlement as it relates to the incoming police officer, and what is the amount given. Because what you may have is men of integrity who are in place, but by treating what you do with the Bahamian people as a private matter, you then hang a cloud over these kinds of issues. We ought to know. If somebody has been moved, no, listen. If somebody has been removed and their feelings have been hurt, an embarrassment has been caused, and a settlement is being given, what is the amount? Because in this jurisdiction, there are nominal compensation. It isn't hundreds of thousands of dollars. Please give me the examples if there, and it shouldn't be millions. So do not put men and women of integrity in an awkward position by keeping private. Madam Speaker, just 2 minutes. This is the last point. Do not put them in a position. Do not put them, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I supported the Prime Minister in his indication of who he wished to appoint, and we believe good St. Salvador man will do well. But do not put him in a position where you are keeping secret an economic arrangement you are entering into with a settlement that you are entering into. This is not a private matter. It is a public matter. Give the public an opportunity to not waste time with needless questions, because we've been transparent in terms of what arrangement we've made with them. And let me say for the record before I take my seat, this free national movement, with this leadership you see before you, at no point you could expect, Madam Speaker, that we would be engaging in any wholesale removal of talented Bahamians at the top of important organizations. That is not the kind of governance we are committed to. And I want to put that on the record. I want to put that on the record. And so, Madam Speaker, we have members over there who have been in cabinet multiple times, where multiple decisions have been made, and they stayed right there. The same ones who are talking about resignation, they stayed right there. Mum's the word. And so I close only by saying to the Bahamian people that we stand with you. We will support initiatives that make sense, like the amendment to this Evidence Act, and where it does not make sense, we will hold their feet to the fire without fear or favoritism. God bless you, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Pinewood.
Madam Speaker, while I hear Marco City, I would like to just remind, when we are talking about private citizens and their settlements, I had an organization the Prime Minister have stored upon me, and we all know that in one of those organizations, there was a settlement. The individual who I know very well, it's like a brother to me. When that matter was settled, I don't remember any disclosure that was made, neither should it have been. Why are we going to put private citizens who would have filed claims against the government and make them even targets for individuals while we are talking about this crime spree that's going on? Why would we want to target them or their children based on settlements they receive legally, Madam Speaker? It cannot be right for certain settlements to remain secret in one case and then exposed in the other. And it's my personal opinion that those matters should remain a secret, if only to protect the individuals who receive them legally.
Thank you, honourable member. As many, the chair recognizes the honourable member for Elizabeth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I begin, I would like to just do a few congratulatory and condolences remarks with your leave. Thank you. I would like to extend congratulations to all students graduating and advancing to the next phase in their educational journey, especially those students of the Elizabeth constituency. I also wish to extend congratulations to our new Commissioner of Police, Clayton Fernanda, and our newly appointed Deputy Commissioner of Police, Layman Delaveau. Madam Speaker, I wish to express sincere condolences to Mistress Jakira Pinder on the passing of her husband. May his soul rest in peace and rise in glory. And lastly, before I start my contribution, Madam Speaker, I'd like to note that our country will observe its 49th anniversary of independence in a few days, and I wish to acknowledge the contributions of our forefathers in building our nation. While we continue to march on, we acknowledge that there's more work to be done, but I am proud to be a Bahamian, Madam Speaker. Our nation is truly the greatest little nation in the world. Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the good people of the Elizabeth constituency to support this important piece of legislation, a bill for an act to amend the Evidence Act to provide for the presumption of death where a person disappeared in circumstances of peril. This bill seeks to provide for the presumption of death where a person disappears in circumstances of peril, which includes a natural disaster, such as a hurricane, and have not been heard from for over a period of 2 years or more. As far back as September 2019, Madam Speaker, families of people missing from Hurricane Dorian have been pleading for closure. In fact, in an interview with the Nassau Guardian published on the 24th of September, under the headline, The Search for Closure. A 66-year-old fisherman and survivor from Grand Bahama who witnessed his wife die said, and I quote, "We're wanting closure on this, a death certificate." He continued, "Up to this date, I have not been able to find where my wife is," end quote. This amendment to the Evidence Act, Madam Speaker, is important as it will bring closure for Bahamian families waiting to receive death certificates for missing loved ones from Hurricane Dorian and bring our practices regarding the presumption of death where a person disappeared in circumstances of peril in line with other countries. With this amendment, it is truly a new day, Madam Speaker. As I contribute to this debate, I want to revisit some of the stories we've heard from Hurricane Dorian. In revisiting the stories, I want to humanize this bill so that we as members of this body and the wider Bahamian public can have a full understanding and appreciation for our task here today. In recounting his experience with Hurricane Dorian, the fisherman from Grand Bahama said, "My wife said to me, 'I think I'm going to die.' I said, 'You're not going to die, Lynn. You're not going to die.' I came back and she had already perished. And I stayed with her a few minutes and I just got out of the house. I figured she would still be in there the next day, but it wasn't the case," end quote. The story of the fisherman is moving and touching. It is reflective of the countless other stories from Hurricane Dorian. These stories need to be told. Madam Speaker, whether it is the story of Hurricane Dorian survivor in Grand Bahama or the story of a survivor in Abaco, one thing is clear. Our Bahamian people were hurting and in pain and calling out for transformative national leadership. In normal times, and most especially in moments of crisis and circumstances of peril, we look to our national leaders for leadership and direction. We look to our national leaders not only for immediate solutions, but also for compassion and understanding of the struggle that often follows a traumatic experience. Competent leadership and compassionate leadership often go hand in hand. It takes compassionate leadership to ensure that all actions are responsive to the needs of the people, and it takes a competent leader to develop the right solution and execute it. Madam Speaker, today you are witnessing the effectiveness of competent and compassionate leadership by this administration. And I'm not accusing anyone on the other side for lacking compassion, because we all felt the pain of Hurricane Dorian together. But I will say that their capacity for compassion was not always reflected in their policies or their responsiveness to the plight of the Bahamian people. Madam Speaker, I'm not here to lecture the honorable members of this chamber about our role as legislators. However, it's not by accident that the composition of this House of Assembly is reflective of our entire nation, from the communities of West End and Bimini and Grand Bahama to the settlements in Mayaguana and Nago, Crooked Island, Acklands, and Long Key. Therefore, our composition and the legislation we present in this chamber ought to reflect the voices, views, and above all, the moral consciousness of all of our people. When we legislate with moral consciousness, we bring important amendments to this honorable House in a timely manner to address the hurt and suffering of our people, not allowing years to go by with no action being taken. And I want to commend the member for Pine Ridge. You meant doing that. I want to commend the member for Pine Ridge on her contribution today. All of the members who contributed, but specifically on her contribution, telling the stories of some of the persons who sit in the gallery, some that are still there. Because I too watched those stories. And I was quite happy when I bumped into Barry just now down the stairs. And I want to call her out because I watched her story and I was quite happy when I saw her sitting in the gallery so that I can have an opportunity to meet her in person. I recall when her documentary came on the news station and Clint was in place there. And I called my sisters and I told them to tune in and watch her story because, you know, my sisters live in Turks and Caicos, but I wanted them to watch exactly what the experience of someone that lived through the trauma of Hurricane Dorian, simply because how touching the story was, but how strong she was in telling the story. And the cry for her was closure, that she needed closure. And it's a connection that every person that lived through Dorian, whether they be in Abaco or Grand Bahama, what they asked for, closure. The people of Grand Bahama and Abaco who have waited patiently for this day, let the record reflect that it is this new day administration that is bringing this important amendment to Parliament. Madam Speaker, in September 2019, Hurricane Dorian made landfall in the Bahamas. For days, most notably under the cover of the darkness, this ferocious storm with its powerful winds, heavy rains, and deadly storm surge pummeled the islands of Grand Bahama and Abaco. In its aftermath, homes were destroyed, businesses were flattened, and trees and electrical power lines were uprooted. Thousands of Bahamians were left only with the clothes on their backs. As rescuers and members of the media started making their way towards Abaco and Grand Bahama in the days following the passage of Hurricane Dorian, our nation and indeed the world heard of the heroic efforts of many survivors, their tales of firm determination to rescue loved ones. And these were natural citizens going out to rescue loved ones. We heard of heart-wrenching stories of family members being swept away by the raging waters, never to be seen again. We also saw the painful image of bodies stacked in trailers, not for days, but for months, Madam Speaker, for months. A well-known international news anchor spoke in moving language to the lingering smell of death on the island of Abaco. In a riveting television interview by this anchor, seen by millions, a young man in Abaco recalled with raw emotions his efforts to hold on to his wife and then to suddenly lose her due to the surging floodwaters pulling their hands apart. As a wife, I cannot begin to imagine that young man's pain and emotional trauma, but his story and the story of scores of Bahamian families like Bahari must be told so that we remain dedicated to the recovery and the restoration of the islands of Grand Bahama and Abaco. As we go about the business of governing this nation, we must never forget what occurred in September of 2019. It must remain at the forefront of our mind as rebuilding efforts remain at the top of our agenda. This amendment is a vital step as we move towards recovery and normalcy. There is no new normal, Madam Speaker, without first giving the people of our northern islands an opportunity for closure. Madam Speaker, earlier in my contribution, I spoke about the importance of national leadership, particularly in moments of crisis. Oftentimes, the absence of compassionate and honest leadership can create additional issues and problems we never envisioned. In Abaco, several families remain in domes that are unsafe and pose significant health risks. And while we acknowledge that the domes are said to have been designed as a temporary housing solution, we at the Ministry of Transport and Housing are now having to partner with the Ministry of Social Services and Urban Development and the DRA, the Disaster Reconstruction Authority, to fix the issue several months later. And as I indicated in my budget communication, Madam Speaker, we will be compassionate and treat the remaining occupants of the domes with the utmost dignity. But as the hurricane season looms, we cannot afford for the domes to remain. My ministry, Madam Speaker, is doing all that it can with this partnership, along with both of the representatives from Abaco, Pender, and Cornish, so that we can, again, to assist families to relocate from the dome site. And I wish to be clear, Madam Speaker, our intent is to have the domes demolished in short order. And we will be doing this with compassion and act with decency and order. We will carry out this exercise in a responsible and dignified manner. I'm advised by my team at the Department of Housing that 10 of our homes are already under construction and ready to have roofs put on in Abaco Central Pines. And that the first batch of homes will be ready by the end of September. And while the future occupants must be able to qualify for mortgages, it should be noted that compassionate leadership is about providing opportunities and hope. Yes. We will, with the construction of these homes, a pivotal key point for my administration is also to ensure we provide other opportunities and ways persons can become homeowners, and we are fully embarking on our rent-to-own program, the structure of which will be announced very soon. We are partnering with the Bahamas Mortgage Corp. They have already completed their team, who will be in partnership with my advisory council. And we are seeking to launch our pilot of the rent-to-own in Abaco first and foremost. We at the Ministry of Transport and Housing are doing our best to deliver for the Bahamian people. We are committed and focused. Madam Speaker, there are some people who come into politics to advance their personal agenda at the expense of the people they represent. There are some persons who view the position of serving as a member of Parliament as a path to a higher calling. But let me be clear, Madam Speaker, the heart of politics is in genuinely helping people and using public office to address issues that impact the vulnerable amongst us. It makes no sense, Madam Speaker, to occupy public office, especially seats around a cabinet table, if there's no serious intent to address and offer solutions to issues of national importance. In short, credibility is lost when we have the power to affect change as leaders and we fail to do so. As Minister of Transport and Housing and the Member of Parliament for Elizabeth, I'm always mindful that I work on behalf of the Bahamian people. My job is to identify problems and to implement and assist in providing solutions. Madam Speaker, when I speak of government inaction, prolonging the suffering of already traumatized families, I'm speaking of both the emotional and financial strain that has occurred as a result. There are families that were forced to move forward without their primary breadwinners. Without an expedited process, they are unable to be supported by any death benefits or life insurance policies. This delay contributed to the hardships being experienced on Grand Bahama and Abaco to this day. I'm advised that families of several people missing from Hurricane Dorian are continuing to pay life insurance policy premiums to avoid the policies becoming void. They have been paying for years, Madam Speaker, adding additional financial hardship on top of what they are already experiencing in the hope that they can hold on long enough to receive that much needed support. These people then had to go through the tragedy and hardship of COVID-19 pandemic and the resulting economic downturn, which made an already difficult situation even harder. The collective trauma of this nation during this time was immeasurable. If not for their determined resolve and internal reserves of strength, they would not have survived. Yet the people of Abaco and Grand Bahama have persevered through it all. I want them to know that we are passing this amendment with them in mind. For those who have waited 2 or more years for closure, your wait is now over. Madam Speaker, this amendment is not only about the past, but also about the future. With the threat of climate change looming, many experts are predicting more frequent and stronger Atlantic storms that may potentially impact the Bahamas. Through this amendment, we are expediting this process for future generations of Bahamians to benefit in the aftermath of similar crises. While we hope and pray that a crisis of the scale of Dorian never happens again, we must also prepare just in case. This amendment helps us to do just that. Going a bit deeper, there are persons of the view that this amendment is not required, as the Coroner's Act permits the coroner to hold an inquest where a person ordinarily resident in the Bahamas has disappeared and to cause a death certificate to be issued. However, I am of the view that such a process is unpractical, particularly because the Coroner's Court continues to deal with a backlog of cases. The passage of this amendment seeks to streamline the process and provide a clear and specific framework for persons missing in circumstances of peril. Hurricane Dorian has already demonstrated the fact that in disaster scenarios where deaths can be in the dozens or more, existing processes may not be the responsiveness that we need. Throughout this amendment, we are providing clear legislative guidelines to ensure that the process is expedited. Madam Speaker, against the backdrop of the untold suffering brought on by Hurricane Dorian, Elizabeth firmly supports this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for West Grand Bahama.
So I ask that we extend the hours beyond 7 o'clock this evening.
Is there a seconder? Second. Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the business of this House proceed beyond the 7 o'clock hour. All those in favor shall remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is agreed. The business of this House will now proceed beyond the 7 o'clock hour. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Cat Island, Rum Key, and San Salvador.
Thank you. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Much ado was made during the course of the opposition's contribution to this exercise that brings relief and bring a step to the healing of the pain and trauma suffered by many who endured the ferocious assault of Hurricane Dorian. And, Madam Speaker, we acknowledge that this is but a step. And we just trust that this step towards the healing that's required isn't too late. I have been discussing, particularly with the urban renewal, which fell under, I didn't quite understood what the point was being made about urban renewal. But one thing I'm acknowledging is that they recognize that there is a good program. Yes. And it's a program that should be continued because it does bring to relief necessary to uplift the lives of our least amongst us. What is a part of that exercise to bring complete, and we hope complete. We're hoping it's complete because only they who went through it know it,
Yes.
and only they will be able to accept whether it's complete. But complete healing. But this is a step. And a more important step for us as well would be the provision of psychological help, counseling, which is continually necessary. Because I'm hearing stories. A heavy rain, thunder, lightning, a rush of wind brings back those horrific memories that was being endured during that assault by Dorian. And so, it's rather, today, the member for, they turned around, what's that constituency called now?
Kalani.
For Kalani. It's embracing this intervention. I wasn't quite sure it was going to be fully embraced because there's also an alternative process that was suggested by the member for East Grand Bahama, who spoke about the efforts of the coroner's court. And again, that intervention about the coroner's court was a construct of the former Attorney General. And don't want to get into any debate about it, but the coroner's court, in respect of missing persons, is not the proper forum to respond to a missing person's complaint. Just think about it. Just think about it. We are amending the Evidence Act by introducing a new provision. There is another provision in that act that speaks to the disappearance of persons, the missing of persons, and the presumption of death. And it says 7 years. Now that has been the law from ancient times, time immemorial. The coroner's court has likewise been around from ancient times, from time immemorials. The presumption of death, if the coroner's court was the answer to a missing person, being able to determine that a missing person is dead, and I think the suggestion was there's no time frame on that. I mean, if the person is missing, you can go to the coroner's court, and within a month, it could be 2 years. I think he even spoke about a month, 3 months. There's no time frame in respect to the declaration of death. That's all fallacy. Just think about it. Right? If the coroner's court was the appropriate venue to have a declaration of death for a missing person, why then have, on the other hand, the Evidence Act, a provision that speaks to the presumption of death? Don't you see the fallacy of the argument? And I mean, I could take you through and what is so surprising to me is that the very old Coroner's Act was back from 18 something that we were saddled with for all the years. It was the administration of the F&M that modernized and brought that process up to date. And I would have thought that if any administration would understand it best, it would be them.
Yeah.
They modernized it. I was here, I discussed, we talked about it. I welcome it. But I would have thought you would have known. But alas, you see, this intervention, I was moved to make the suggestion. You see, I always say I don't suffer fools easily. Or I don't follow all of the broadsides that's conjured up in the minds of many. I don't. Many times I don't. All right, so I heard the member for Kalani speak about how during the hurricane, all I was doing was pulling down and doing the rest. I was criticizing. Far from it. If he was responsive to me, and I have a timeline about it all, we could have been talking. We could have been working together. As you mentioned, we had hurricanes before. And I've been a legislator during the course of many of those hurricanes. And I've been on the ground. I've seen some of the pitfalls that were made. Understand the reaction of some of our people in those circumstances. All I was saying to him, let me share what I know. And in fact, I could bring the 3 letters, and one of these days I'll bring it when we come to talk about what happened in Durham, because a time will have to come when we do talk about what happened there. When I wrote him 3 separate letters and asking him, begging him,
Work together.
let's not only work together. I said, he said he vexed with me because I gave a press conference the Saturday before the hurricane came. And you remember he even used some vile language. Yeah. He obscene language about me in this place too, about why he didn't respond to me. If he had responded to me, maybe, for example, the Rand Hospital would have been evacuated before the hurricane was there. Why? Because the advisors who were here, the Pacific Disaster Center, right? They gave a potential of the impact of the storm. And the model was clear that not only the Rand was going to have up from anywhere from 4 feet to 8 feet of water, also Christ the King Church, which was a shelter for disabled.
Yes, for the disabled.
Would have been underwater. That was on the map.
Yes, it was.
In fact, I laid it here, laid it in the House during the course of one of the debates. So if he'd spoken to me, we might have been able to talk about those things. When I raised it with the technocrats, all they say, everything is under control. We're looking at that. Yeah, we understand that we can do something about it. But nothing happened. So I was making recommendations to him. I told him at the end of the day, if you don't want to speak to me, at least call former Prime Minister Hubert Ingram. Yeah. More in particular because his constituency, of which he represented for more than 25 years, was so badly devastated. See, and I talked to him about it. I put it in writing to him. And I said, call on former Prime Minister Christie, who's had the experience of witnessing a number of hurricanes. Call them, leave me out of it then, because I think they'll be able to help you. All in writing. I didn't just tell him. But he ignored me. Now, I said to him, let's get to today. One day, I visited when I went to East Grand Bahama and saw the devastation and heard from one of the two brave souls that remained behind, right, about what they had experienced and how the people have, how their loved ones, this husband holding the wife, and they holding on to each other. And all of a sudden, the wife just let go. I mean, I've heard the stories. Right? And then what's going to happen? Several weeks later, after I went, they're talking about, I need some money, but the money was in my wife's name in the bank. Yeah. But I can't get it, and I need some funds. That's right. When I start hearing about a couple months, within the month, I start hearing these things, then I start thinking, well, what could be done? On about the 9th of September, I just checked it last night, I got an email from Paula Adley, the daughter of Paul Adley. And she says to me, we have to do something about the missing persons because it's going to wreak havoc on families and could result in a devastating financial ruin to all. So we have to do something about it. She alerted me. Said, look, I said, yes, well, what we could do is amend the law. And we talked about that. And she alerted to me, said, well, she said, Mr. Davis, we don't have to invent a wheel. There are other perils that occurred in the world. Maybe we could let's look around the world and see how they addressed it. Yes. And that's what we did that. We saw what happened in Louisiana after Katrina. We saw what happened in Canada when they had a peril. How because they have similar laws like ours. I say this issue of presumption of death is nothing new. It's been here from time immemorial. And each of these jurisdictions have what I call coroner's court too. So there has to be some distinction insofar as jurisdictional issues are concerned to have the two separate jurisprudence, eh? And like I said, so I came, first of all, I called them, I spoke to Carl Bethel, the Attorney General. I spoke to them. He first said, well, I can look at it. Didn't hear anything further. Spoke to Kalani. Didn't say anything about it. In the meantime, I'm now hearing more about people not being able to conduct their financial affairs because of this missing person issue. Right, so I came into Parliament and spoke to it, made a recommendation, gave them a copy of what they did in Louisiana. Say, look, use this as a model. They ignored me, said nothing. And then the Attorney General, I then called a press conference on this very issue because I was hearing and feeling the pain of families that had missing family members, quite apart from the trauma of living the hell of the fury of that hurricane and seeing their persons slipping out their arms. And now they have to try to right their ship, try to put pieces back together. But they're being hampered by the obstacles of he's missing, but he ain't dead. But Lord knows, I saw when that wave took my wife, my husband and children, and they can tell me they ain't dead in that fury. And I have to wait 7 years. I used what I could. I went to the press, I spoke, I continued to speak on this for months, starting from late September, right through, even right to almost at the end, still talking about it. Because I did meet Ms. Barrington, and I heard her story, heard the grandmother's story about her daughter leaving her baby. That was in Marco City, eh? That's Parliamentary. Okay. I thought that was. I met somebody in Marco City too, with a similar story. But I'm just saying that you're hearing these stories and you're doing nothing about it. All right. So this is the Tribune report of Wednesday, October 9th, 2019, when I was speaking to it. And that's why when someone is saying, well, when they start talking about compassion and talking about soul, I don't like to say no one has no compassion, because I believe all of us have some essential goodness in us. But where's the judgment when you know people are hurting and paining? Where's the judgment to try to seek a response for them? And like I say, nothing is new under the sun. And all they needed to do is say, well, look, there are other perils, there are other disasters around the world. I wonder how they dealt with this issue. That's what I do, I look for precedents. And when I find it, I then tailor it to suit our circumstance. At that time, I was saying, let us introduce an amendment to the Evidence Act and declaring persons dead if they had been missing, if they were in the fury of the storm, and they had not been heard of or seen within 6 months. Yeah, that's what I was saying then. Well, 2 years and passed, so I can't say 6 months now. No. Well, 2 years have passed. And this is specific for me. This is a Dorian issue now for me. And the 2 years has passed. So this takes effect today. So persons, once the law is passed, families who are impacted by the fact that people lost their homes because they couldn't pay their mortgage. Because the person who's missing, who was either a co-mortgagee or whose name the house was in, they lost their homes. That's why I used the phrase that I just hope it just ain't too late. Right? I just hope just ain't too late. And so, so we made the point then. But what was the response? But look today. Oh, we support it. Good. I just hope and I pray that this intervention isn't too late. It will not be too late, because at least you don't have to wait 5 more years. You now know that you can get it dealt with today. But so much devastation has occurred to the financial affairs of persons who would have had, if this had been happening some time ago. And then, the Attorney General couldn't help himself. He had to get in the fight. I said fight. He had to say something, right? He had to say something, and basically the argument that they asked the member for East Grand Bahama that he spoke about, and the Attorney General says, it's a matter for the coroner. The coroner's court. Death certificates are a matter for the coroner's court. Coroner's court don't issue death certificates, What the coroner's court is about is to make inquiries to determine the cause of death. Not the circumstances of the death, the cause of death, not the circumstances. The cause of death. And that's what the act says, right? Right? Yeah. No, you're quite right. You're quite right. Remember, for Monica, you might look at the circumstances to aid you to determine what the cause is, but the integral finding is what is the cause of death. Just as the coroner, who you spoke about, that spoke about the 22, she determined the cause of death to be drowning or sheltering from the hurricane. That's the cause of death, right? Well, no, but to shed the body. See, if you have the body, you have the body, man. Anyhow, so let's look at the attitude then. What you said. Let's look at the attitude. All right, that's what I'm saying, right? To show how we are, where we are, and maybe perhaps we are different. I don't know, but then, because Marco City is striking the right chords in his pronouncements, right? But let me just show you, okay? All I was asking the then administration to do was to step in and bring relief to these suffering families. All right? The Attorney General said he disagreed with that. We don't need to do that. So people have to wait to 7 years. Going to coroner's court. Well, the coroner's court was set up. They went to coroner's court because what happened is that the bodies recovered who they say were unidentified, even though we are aware of persons knowing that bodies recovered were related to them.
Yes.
I know persons who told me, the trailer that was in Abaco, right? Their family was in there.
Yes.
But the authorities were refusing to allow the families to claim the body on the basis that they'll be doing DNA. And they still waiting on DNA.
They got one body in Freeport now.
I think they still waiting for the DNA.
Never did this on the family.
Right, still waiting for the DNA, but the body was there. And so what happened is, once the DNA came back, then you go to the coroner's court and say, well, look, this is the body we found, this is the DNA, it matches this family, and they're saying, that's daddy, that's mommy, that's my child. That's what the coroner's court was set up to do. A lot of samples of DNA was taken, but where are the results? This is a matter we will be looking into, to try to bring further closures. As I said, this is a step, because the impact of this hurricane on the psyche of our people is going to be long-lasting. And we have to be incrementally addressing and moving to heal those wounds inflicted by Dorian. He went, which was so flippant about this when he was speaking. And I don't know any of us would want to associate the remarks, but I was being serious. And in the press release, or my press conference I had on the subject, he was responding to that. And I was speaking to some of the stories I had heard in East Grand Bahama. And I talk about people washing away. Weston, you were there with me when I wanted some of those stories. The Penders family, the Cooper. He was there with me. And look what he had to say. He said, what he called my attempt. Let me just read what he said. The Attorney General insisted there are already methodologies in the country's law for death certificates to be obtained in an expedited fashion with judicial oversight. Well, where was that? Tell us how they do it. And then guess what? Look what you all agreeing to today. What member for Kalani, Prime Minister, who I was talking to. What they're agreeing today, what you all are agreeing to today, your Attorney General said this is some artificial parliamentary presumption after 6 months. Not by virtue of some artificial parliamentary presumption after 6 months. Well, remember I said I was suggesting 6 months then. Right? Now, my suggestions didn't have to be embraced wholly. It's just the thought, the idea of some intervention to knock down some barrier, right? To limit the suffering. But they call it then some artificial parliamentary presumption after 6 months. That's what they call it. But why? What do you say?
For the future,
Well, look, we could always amend it. At this time, 2 years is what I'm right now dealing with Dorian, because that's heavy on my head and my heart.
Yes, sir.
Right, that's heavy. Right, so that's why, that's why they could, that's why when I say thank God for the 16th of September, 2021, that was exactly 2 years after Dorian, nearly 2 years after. That's why we stick to that, right? And so, pardon? So certainly.
Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Member for Cat Island, for the opportunity to ask a question. We all say we agree to this amendment. We agree to this amendment. It's important. But once this amendment is passed, what then is the procedure that one would then have to go through in order to actually get the order or the declaration in order to get their death certificate? Because this is just the evidential portion of it.
Yeah, but
what then would be the process to go through?
Okay, well, first of all, it is a presumption that you act on evidentially. You don't necessarily need a death certificate. For example, if my father had an account and he was missing, and the 7 years or the 2 years have passed, I could go to the bank and just give them an affidavit or whatever they require and say, look, this is what happened at this time. And they could act on that information and release that account. Or alternatively, and which would be more desirable, is for the person entitled to administer the estate, either if they have a will or if the person died intestate, just to go to the court and have this estate administered, which would be the recommended route. You administer the estate, you file your documents saying that the person was in fact went missing in the circumstances, and that's the way it would be done. Now, there's also, I guess, the possibility of going into the court to have the courts declare the person dead and order a certificate, death certificate to be issued. But in the circumstances such as that, death certificates really evidences death, but it's more than just the evidence of death. It also evidences the cause of death. And it's very difficult for a person go missing to be able to say, well, what caused the death? And so that's why it'll be probably more desirable now you can go to the probate registry, administer the estate, you give the affidavit, the information is required, and then you have your letters of administration or probate to.
You may just be able to go section 20, just go to the registrar. To the registrar.
Yeah, go ahead, sorry. He's just bringing to my attention a provision of the Births and Deaths Register. Yeah.
Chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Anne's.
Cat Island is advising that institutions, either insurance companies or banks, can presume without an order from the court or without a death certificate, but the presumption under this amendment only refers to the court shall presume. So where does this amendment instruct or empower third-party institutions like banks and insurance companies to act on a request from a family member that a individual who's disappeared is now dead? It's the presumption of the court. So this process has to go through the court, and then thereafter, I would think institutions and insurance companies banks can depend upon it.
There are many options, right? If a bank wants to be pedantic or difficult, they could say that I'm not going to rely on the presumption, right? I want you to go to court and go to court and or bring me a death certificate if they want to be pedantic. But they're not precluded. What I'm saying is they're not precluded of facilitating and cooperating.
Yeah, but it's not good business.
That's not the issue here. What is possible, and also, in respect under the Births and Deaths Registration Act, right, Section 20, to which the member for Freetown has just kindly pointed out and reminded me of, is that where a death would occurred, persons are entitled to provide information to the registrar of deaths. And so now they could all go to the registry and say, look, my husband, child is dead. These are the circumstances which they're dead. And they could then issue it from there. So that's perhaps, again, is another easier process as well. Section 20 of the Births and Deaths Registration Act.
So they may not necessarily, and again, I'm asking because...
No, I understand. No, that's good. Good question. Yeah.
For those persons who would be in this circumstance, it is foreseeable that they would be able to swear an affidavit to the Registrar General, and then the Registrar General can then issue a certificate based on that affidavit, as opposed to going to a court or... Because once you get the certificate, then you can go ahead and probate without an issue. You could go ahead and do what you need to do without an issue.
Speaker, if I might.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
And I only rise because in my former life I was a litigator. The reality of a bank requiring you to take them to court instead of acting on the presumption will mean that they'll have the pleasure of paying your lawyer. And the bank will have to make a business decision on the facts that confront them, whether they want to pay $10,000, $15,000 and realistically, St. Anne's, it will depend on if it's a $2 million policy, they'll probably make you take them to court. But if it's a $100,000 policy, $50,000 policy, in my humble view, no bank will take a business decision to pay out an extra or insurance company $10,000, $15,000. Section 20 permits the Registrar of Births and Deaths to require any proof that they wish to be satisfied that that person has died. So Hurricane Dorian is notorious. Everyone knows about it, and it will be what they will accept as the proof. Yeah.
So you made pedantic.
20. The only inquiry is, will the, and I'm sure y'all will be able to deal with it internally, in terms of the registrars understanding that they now have the authority, once an affidavit is produced, they now have the authority to go ahead and do it. So I'm sure they'll be informed internally.
Was also recognized as well that the date of death would be the date of the peril, when it happened. And so, Madam Speaker, I just thought that substantively, we've had, we all have Damascus moments, when our eyes are open. And, for me, I'm not all-knowing. And my colleagues here, all around me, if an idea comes up, it's suggested, even if I don't want it, and they see that it's something good, and we discuss it, we embrace it. So I don't know. I guess the competent authority wasn't listening. He thought he was the something? I just thought it was something, though. I just thought it was something. When he was dealing with Dorian, that's when he started feeling this competence. Competence. Right? And then, when he had the opportunity to deem himself the competent authority, he did it. Ran with it. He ran with it. You have to be able to take advice in this. Look, when I went to Hopetown.
I'm serious, boy.
When I went to Hopetown with my colleagues, that's when I met the member from Central South Africa. He was one of the brave souls that remained behind, I think only a few of them, picking up the pieces. And he said, I ain't seen nobody from, it's just me and some friends of Hopetown cleaning this place up, and thank God for them. And he was leading the charge. I spotted him then, but I lost contact. Thank God we found him. Because he continues to be a brave soul. And just let me say one or two things about criticisms. Anyone who followed the media, the press, concerning the government's then response to Hurricane Dorian would appreciate that the media was harsh and exposing a lot of missteps and all sorts of things. And they were anxious to speak to Bahamians, to talk bad about the administration. I spoke to BBC, but I wouldn't go there. This is about recovery and bringing normalcy back. You carry me down, well, we were this place and we didn't see that. I said, no, I'm not going there. I didn't go there. In fact, what's the guy named? Chris Como.
Yes, I remember.
CNN, they had me to speak right after Yeah. Yeah.
Against the country, and he didn't do it.
Okay. I was at the Independence Center, sitting up. They would make me up. Marco said they had all kind of
makeup
on my face. Say they want to interview me, and it was shortly after they had a team went into High Rock. And they had this story about no government official being there and all the damage. And that was the breaking news that evening. And they had me ready to speak. Well, they called Christie, what's her name? Christie, who had he had the storm when Obama went there. They spoke with him and they were interviewing him. Sunday. And then the fella said, now, this is the line of question they want to go. I said, well, y'all keep talking. I don't want to go down that line. I want us to talk about how we are going to help our people and what is happening to help our people. And I didn't go on.
Country first. Right.
I mean, there's a record of that. I could have gone out there like how someone went around the world and saying how we corrupt people and all that, but you don't do that, man. You don't do those things, right? You can't do that. Because at the end of the day, when we go out there, they don't see PLP or FNM, They see the Bahamas, Amen. That's why when I go out there, I don't represent PLP, FNM. I represent the Bahamas. That's who I'm fighting for. Making sure we get our justice out of this world of which we're all a part. And so I don't, like I said, Madam Speaker, I don't want to follow some of the broadsides because it really, I'm about getting things done. We hope we'll get things done. Like I said, I always reminded the member for Kalani. He continued, he again said yesterday, he's a doctor. You know how many times he reminded me of that? Marco said, you remember? Every time he got up, I'm the doctor. I accept that, right? I accept that. But I always reminded him, right? Maybe because he's a doctor, he was all-knowing, omnipotent. And I keep reminding him, and I remind myself too. The fact that I don't know, ain't mean I dumb. Not knowing is not synonymous with dumbness. It's when you don't know that you don't know. Now that's when I say you're dumb. So I welcome the dialogue and the contribution of all. And that's how we get the best out of us all. And I'm weak, but he's strong. That's right. And I lean on him when I'm weak. That's right. Right? He's a doctor. And he's a doctor too. That's also real. But I'm happy to participate in this intervention. I don't say it's complete. It is a first step that I think we are taking to assist in the healing process that I know is continue weighing on survivors of Dorian. When Central and South Abaco, John Pender, was in Kigali, he was the picture of Dorian, a Dorian survivor. And he had a number of conversations because climate change was real. And he's able to talk about his experience. And his talk helped us to make our cases. How vulnerable we are. How vulnerable we are. And I want to thank him for his participation and his tenacity, because he was, and he could run, man. He don't get tired. He's almost like me, man. Prime Minister, again to this one, again that one. I say, when you go rest, man. He said, when you rest. I said, okay. But I'm happy to be.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Sinance.
I don't want to come after you finish, so I'll do this now if I can. But this is an amendment to the Evidence Act. And there's 3 Queen's Counsels on the government side. The Evidence Act relates to evidence before the court. I just looked at the Evidence Act and I can't find any instance where what is being spoken of in the Evidence Act isn't relating to proceedings before a court. So when you're making an amendment to the Evidence Act, this is a presumption, this is an amendment to legislation relating directly to the jurisdiction of the court, not to third-party institutions. So that being said here, is it still the government's position that people can avoid going to the court and just go directly to third-party institutions? I'm fine if that's what you still say, but when you're amending the Evidence Act, you're amending the information that can be provided before a court. It's a okay.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
I think I understand Sinance's question, and it is whether this is strictly a provision that if parties don't agree, they end up in court. That's the reality of it. So if a party doesn't want to accept a birth certificate, for instance, and that has happened, I had one of those cases, you end up in court. But there's an act that talks about the birth certificate. So anyone faced with have I proved something will have a choice to either go accept what I say is the fact, or if I dispute it, go to court. Be it an issue of title, be it an issue of heirship, whatever it is, there's an act that will define how you prove things. And that's all the Evidence Act does, is define how you prove things. So you can prove something by actual evidence. So you can have someone say, I saw him die, I removed his body. If you don't have that type of thing, you could have circumstantial evidence, which you can prove death by circumstantial evidence, even without a body. There are some extreme criminal cases that say that. But if you don't have enough evidence, then you'll be left with a presumption. As we would have said earlier, any private individual isn't bound to accept this. The judgment they will make is if I don't accept this, they're going to take me to court. And when the court does it, I'm going to have to pay. So what is my risk? So litigation, the courts are really a dispute resolution mechanism. And you go there when you have a dispute, and the acts of Parliament with regard to evidence tells you how you treat with that. So the reality will be, the example we gave, I go to the insurance company, I say my person has died, I give you everything you asked for, you say I don't believe you, I'm going to take you to court, all I have to prove is these 2 facts, the court will presume that and you will have to pay me. You'll have to make a decision as to whether you want us to go to court. That's just how it works.
What?
The QC's working now.
Get the QC started now, Sinance.
No, the member did recognize that we have 3 QCs over here. I'm just reminded by one of them that it appears that the member next door is confusing procedural rights versus substantive rights. The procedural rights lead to determine the substantive right. So the procedure here would be, the right here is to determine death, that the person is dead, and how you get there is the procedure. And this provision, it sets out the procedure by which you can get there, by way of this presumption. And that's...
It's only the court's presumption.
No. Anyhow.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Fort Charlotte.
Madam Speaker, any practicing lawyer advising a client, you have to say that if this matter were to go to court and you've had the peril and 2 years would have elapsed, then the presumption gives you that substantive right. And to go to court with that expense and get the same outcome, why would you advise your client that you must go to court when you can see what the law is? That's why the client comes to the lawyer. You go to court when there is either ambiguity or you feel that there's no substantive right. But the Registrar General, my understanding is the registrar, whether the registrar in the Supreme Court is a judicial officer, because the registrar also hears matters, even though the registrar does administrative work. Well, there's quasi-judicial functions which are also carried out by the Registrar General, even though
just seems to be straightforward. Maybe the affidavit of the Registrar General's office, the Registrar General then can issue a death certificate. That seems to be straightforward.
You may proceed, honourable member.
Yeah, what I think, do not get confused in all the options. There'll be more.
It would be good to say it can be presumed.
No.
Shall be presumed.
No.
Everyone can do it.
No. It's the formulation of the act, right? But let me just. Yeah. Okay. What I'm suggesting, what we have once the provision is enacted, there'll be options of persons affected. Claimants can do they have several options. One, they can go to the Registrar General, declare the death, the circumstances of the death, and ask for a death certificate and rely on that section. The person, the claimant, can go to the appropriate registry and seek to administer the estate of that person. That's the other. Or they can just go directly to a third party that is enjoined with some asset of the person missing, and go to them and say, look, here is the situation, here are the facts, and that person could accept it and rely on that and act on it. So those are the options. Now, within those options, you could raise any number of issues. As a lawyer, you could, if you want to be pedantic and pedantic and just difficult, we could always raise questions about anything. But when you understand what you're doing and common sense prevail, it's clear. What we have done is something that ought to have been done some time ago. It's now done, and we appreciate the fact that you all see the wisdom in what we have done and you have adopted it. We thank you for that, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Evidence Act to provide for the presumption of death where a person disappeared in circumstances of peril. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Ordered that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Evidence Act to provide for the presumption of death where a person disappeared in circumstances of peril.
For the second readings?
Speaker, but I now move that the House resolves itself in the Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker in the chair.
Is there a seconder? Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the House do now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker in the chair. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker in the chair.
Mr. Chairman.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the long title of the Evidence Amendment Bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I move that Section 2 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that Section 2 of the bill be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Section 2 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. That's it?
You have to say Section 3 of the bill. Agreed?
Oh. It has been moved and that's Section 2?
Yes, sir.
Oh. It has
The
been
bill
moved
in
and
entirety.
Oh, sorry. It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that the Speaker now take the chair.
Is there a seconder?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the Speaker do now take the chair. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The Speaker will now take the chair. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to report that the Committee of the Whole has examined several bills making no amendments thereto.
Just when I was hoping. Honorable members, the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the Whole has reported that the committee has examined the bill, having made no amendments thereto. Third reading and passing of bills.
I now move for the third reading and passing of the Evidence Amendment Number 2, Bill 2022.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Is there a seconder? It's been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and pass. A bill for an act to amend the amendment billing. The amendment bill to provide for the presumption of death where a person disappeared in circumstances of peril. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Evidence Act to provide for the presumption of death where a person disappeared in circumstances of peril.
Motion is carried. Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof be declared to be a bill for an act to... Could I have that, please? Thank you. Evidence Amendment Number 2, Act 2022. For the third read?
No for the third readings, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We are now presumed on the order of business.
Well done.
Consideration of sentence amendments, resolutions,
No resolutions.
member statements,
None.
appointment of select committees, instructions to select committees, discharge of select committees, notices for future meetings.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to renew our notices in the name of the government.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honorable member from Marco City.
Wanted to give notice of our intention to raise two questions during the next sitting.
Thank you, honorable member.
Sorry.
Let's read them.
First question, Madam Speaker, is to the Minister of Finance. The opposition has taken note of the memorandum circulating in the public domain, purportedly from the Ministry of Finance, dated the 23rd of June, 2022, captioned Change of Duty Rate to Tariff Heading 8903. The alleged memorandum, under the hand of the Financial Secretary, instructs the Customs Department to make pleasure craft duty-free effective immediately until the Tariff Act could be amended during the next budget cycle. One, what exactly is the legal authority for the Ministry of Finance to adjust these tariffs outside of the parliamentary process? It is our understanding that only through Parliament can tariffs be changed. As such, are the instructions in the memorandum lawful? Have these instructions been rescinded? One moment, please. One moment. Just reading the second one.
Oh, the chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We wish to...
Order that the notice be brought up?
It's on the
same paper. Okay.
We just wish to give notice to raise the following question at the next sitting. This is a question to the Minister of Housing. Can the government confirm that in May of 2022, the Ministry of Housing entered into a $20 million loan agreement with a company called Simplified Lending and Proven Wealth Management? Can the government confirm the principles of the Simplified Lending and Proven Wealth? Will the government table this agreement? Can the government state why the disbursements of the loan proceeds or any portion in the related are not in the budget estimates for 2022, 2023? Given that this was reported as a loan to the government, where is it being booked? Have the proceeds been received and expensed? If so, where is the expenditure reflected?
Under what procurement rules was the loan secured or sourced? What is the loan rate? What is the tenure of the loan? What is the intended disbursement schedule? Were other financial entities able to compete for this loan business? Given the following terms of the Public Debt Management Act, and these are the terms of the Debt Management Act, that the Minister of Finance shall be the sole borrowing agent for the government and shall borrow money in accordance with this act. The money borrowed under this section shall be paid under the consolidated fund. The Minister of Finance shall not delegate the authority to borrow money conferred under Section 16 to any other person. This act shall supersede all acts that are inconsistent with this act and the Fiscal Responsibility Act and the Public Financial Management Act. Can the government confirm the legal authority to borrow the $20 million and to pay the funds and not to pay the funds into the consolidated fund? Let me sign.
Sending the document up.
Oh.
Order that the notice be brought up. Thank you. Order that notice do lie on the table. And before I forget, an important piece today. Order that the clerk do take the bills passed in this house today to the Honorable Senate for their concurrence before we move on to adjournment. Adjournment?
Madam Speaker, I now move that the House stands adjourned to Wednesday, July 13th at 10 a.m.
Is there a seconder? Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the business of this House do now adjourn to Wednesday, 13th of July, 2022. As many are at 10 a.m. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Final adjournment?
Madam Speaker, I now move that the House stands adjourned to Wednesday, July 13th, 2022 at 10 a.m.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Second. Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the House do now adjourn. It's sitting to Wednesday, 13th of July, 2022 at 10 a.m. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is agreed. The business of this House is now adjourned to Wednesday, 13th of July, 2022 at 10 a.m.
All rise!